March on Washington 2026 proudly recognizes our divine.
seats as the program is about to begin. Please take your seats at this time as the program is about to begin. Thank you.
Exposes the problem. But if somebody don't expose the problem, then nobody gonna solve a problem that you haven't forced them to deal with.
In 1963, the March on Washington was held, and there was a legislative agenda, passed the Civil Rights Bill. Today, we have a new generation that is coming forward. Younger people, men and women, coming forward to take the torch and run with it.
So even though we face the difficulties of today and tomorrow, I still have a dream.
This is Reverend Al Sharpton, President of National Action Network. On behalf of Martin Luther King III and Andrea Waters King of the Drum Major Institute, I'm glad you came. Many came from far places to be here to stand up on this day, to say that we're here to protect and defend the right of everybody to vote. We're here to deal with the fact that diversity, equity, and inclusion is something good for America and mandatory for people of all races and all genders. And we're here to say that we stand together. The continuation of the Affordable Care Act, all of which is in many ways issues that are dealt with in this city, Washington, D.C. The Congress is here. The Senate is here. The Supreme Court is here. The White House is here. We're here to send a message like Dr. King did 63 years ago. So I thank you for coming. Some rode all night long. But there's not a better cause at a better time. For whatever reason, we're in this era. And let history record that we stood up and fought back. And we're going to leave here with instructions, or we're going to southern states and other states and organize. This is a kickoff of taking this country where it ought to be. So if you hear people talking foul or provocateurs, tell them we're not here for that. Help the security by keeping this march where the objective is having our rights protected, not just in some ways just showing our anger. Yeah, we can be angry, but don't be mad. Don't go mad. Be angry and go to work. Let's get started with the program.
Please welcome to bring multi-faith invocations, Reverend Tony Lee, Dr. Guthrie Graves Fitzsimmons, Vice President of Programs and Strategy, and Maureen Kahn, Interfaith Alliance, Reverend Charles Williams of the Michigan State Director for National Action Network.
My brothers and my sisters, won't you join me for a word of prayer? But before you join me for a word of prayer, won't you just give God some praise out here on the mall? If you know that God is able, won't you give God some praise out here on the mall? Let us pray. Seem to get left behind, but God God, we ask for your power in this season. God, power to walk right and to talk right. But most of all, God, the courage to stand the test of this age. And God, right now, we praise you in advance for the victory. God, we give your name the honor and the glory for the victory. Victory in our houses, and victory in our community, and victory in our families, and victory in our finances. God, we don't care who's in the White House as long as we know who stands on the throne. And so, God, we come to give you the glory today. We give your name the honor, and we give your name the praise, for the victory shall be ours. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen and amen.
Good morning, March on Washington. It's an honor to be here today to representing the Interfaith Alliance. The 96th Psalm says, "Sing to the Lord a new song." Will you pray with me? Lord, we need a new song in America today because too many religious leaders bend the knee to the would-be tyrant in the White House. Lord, we need a new song in America today when politicians put up the Ten Commandments posters in public schools with one hand and then undermine diversity, equity, inclusion policies with the other. Lord, we need a new song in America today when election deniers hold up the Bible as a prop to distract us from their voter suppression. Lord, we need a new song in America today when our tech bro oligarchs dream of colonizing space while right here on planet Earth we have all the resources we need to end hunger and provide health care for all. Lord, give us a new song today with a symphony of prophetic zeal, never changing our tune when our friends are in power, and sung in the key of the faithful, inclusive love of Dolly Parton. Psalm 96 ends, "He will judge the world in righteousness and the people with faithfulness." May our witness today be acceptable to you, Lord. Amen.
I'm a little short. Assalamu alaikum, peace and blessings on this beautiful day. My name is Umbreen Khan. I'm a leader in the Muslim community and the former board chair of the Interfaith Alliance, and I am so grateful to be here with you today that we have arrived in this moment because we need each other. I am called here because of my faith as a Muslim and as an American. I am proud to be part of a multi-faith invocation. Here we model the truth because it honors the truth of our history, that Islam has been a part of our lands longer than we have been a nation. I offer this reflection beginning with the words, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, in the name of the Almighty, the most beneficent and the most merciful. Join me in prayer. O Lord, we call upon you as we bear witness to the suffering and oppression in our broken world with strong hearts. Inspire us with your Spirit so that we can stand up to those who oppress and deny our dignity. O merciful Lord, in a world where politicians spread fear and lies to gain votes and exploit fear, to foment divide, we ask you, O Lord, to keep us steady and focused on combating injustice so that we may use our feet and our hands and our hearts and our minds to reject those who seek to erase us. Fill us, O Lord, with compassion and courage as we work to heal and protect the vulnerable. O Creator of all, guide us to work in community with each other, our brothers and sisters across tribe and tradition, united by the shared values of truth, equity, and charity. May we never forget that you did not create us into tribes to hate or despise one another, but to know and love each other. In moments like this, our response must reflect the prophetic example, to stand with the oppressed, to reject injustice, and to walk toward the challenge of confronting systemic racism. With courage, especially in this climate of violence, where we see our brothers and sisters disappeared into an inhumane detention center network, denied due process. In this world where we see the moral compass calling us to heal has been corrupted by a leader that seeks to harm. In this time when we are punished for bearing witness to the atrocities funded by our very own nation. Oh Lord, may we remember in this time when our collective histories are under assault, may we remember the prophetic tradition. Help us stay grounded and rooted in the stories of liberation and tyranny, ending tyranny and learning. Creator of all, let us draw on each other with love and mercy and hold each other up as we march, wipe each other's tears, heal each other's wounds. Most compassionate, protect our leaders who guide, instill in their hearts the values of our shared humanity. This is our Amana. Peace and blessings to all.
Please welcome Special Assistant to Reverend Al Sharpton of National Action Network, Reverend Dr. Cassius L. Rudolph.
Good morning, family. Why don't you make some noise and thank God for being here? It was 63 years ago when Dr. Martin Luther King called us to this hallowed space, and now the Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton, our leader and civil rights activist, calls us here again today. And we're reminded that life is never in vain when you're speaking on the behalf of others. And as we gather again in the spirit of justice, freedom, and solidarity, may this song that I'm about to sing bless your hearts and remind us that our lives is never in vain. If I could help somebody as I travel alone, if I could cheer somebody with a word or song, if I can show somebody that they're traveling wrong, then our living shall not be in vain. If I could help somebody as I pass along, if I could cheer somebody with a word or song, if I can show somebody that are traveling wrong, then my living shall not be in vain. Then my living shall not be in vain. Oh, my living shall not be in vain. If I can show, if you can show somebody that they're traveling wrong, why don't you point to your neighbor? Then our living, then your living, then my living, oh living shall not be in vain.
Let us now welcome the Honorable Robert C. White, Jr., at-large council member, Council of the District of Columbia.
Good morning. Welcome to my home, Washington, D.C. 63 years ago, right here, Dr. King and a generation of civil rights leaders called Americans together to demand that our country finally live up to its promise. Walter Fauntroy helped organize that march and went on to become Washington, D.C.'s first delegate to Congress in the modern era. He was followed by the great Eleanor Holmes Norton, another giant of the civil rights movement. And in January, I will have the extraordinary honor of following them to Congress. I will inherit their seat, but all of us inherit the unfinished work. That means protecting the rights that they won and winning the rights they never got to see. We have to defend a Voting Rights Act that the Supreme Court has weakened. We have to protect the fundamental right of voters to choose their representatives in Congress instead of politicians choosing their voters. And we have to end the second-class citizenship in the capital of the United States. In Washington, no voting representation in Congress. In my own family, that contradiction spans generations. Both of my grandfathers, Lloyd and Lewis, served this country in war. Lloyd became a Navy fighter pilot who was shot down over Laos. Lewis was drafted and sent to Korea. They went across the world to defend a democracy that did not fully include them at home. 3 generations, 2 veterans, 1 future member of Congress, and still no vote. That is not democracy. Democracy does not take power from voters to protect politicians. Democracy does not strip away the rights that generations fought for. And democracy does not deny Americans a vote simply because they call the nation's capital home. So 63 years after Americans marched on Washington, D.C., demanding that America live up to its promise, it is time to fulfill that promise for the people of Washington, D.C. Full voting rights, full representation, full citizenship in our democracy. It is time to make Washington, D.C. the 51st state. Give us our vote. Thank you.
Let us now welcome the Honorable Janice Lewis George, Ward 4 Council Member, Council of the District of Columbia.
Good morning. America wrote. Each year we come back to demand that America keeps its promise. And today I encourage you to look critically at what is happening in D.C. to the people who call this city home. Right now, the National Guard troops walk our streets, costing Americans $3 million a day. Black women, the backbone of the federal workforce and of our communities, are being put America. And all of this is happening while our families are asking, can I afford rent, childcare, groceries to stay in the communities we built? And yet, the people of Washington, D.C. have less power to fight back than Americans in every state in this nation. Congress can overturn our laws. They can interfere in our budget. The federal government can put troops on our streets. And we don't have a vote in Congress. This isn't an oversight, my people. This is disenfranchisement. And a city built by generations of black Washingtonians like my family racial justice issue. It is a voting rights issue. It is a civil rights issue. Fannie Lou Hamer taught us nobody is free until everybody is free. Well, America, D.C. isn't free. So whether you came here from Alabama to California, Georgia or New York, and that right now I want you to raise your voice with the people of D.C. When I say free, you say D.C. Free! 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 Thank you. Free us all. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Brian LeMec, Executive Director of Defend the Vote.
Now it's clean. Don't do anything.
Hello, Washington.
Yeah, sounds good.
Big thank you to the Honorable Janice Lewis George, the National Election Network, and Reverend Sharpton. Thrilled to be out here today and continuing on the tradition here at Freedom Summer. Today's a humbling experience. Look around. Look at all of us that are gathered today. To stand in this spot where courageous leaders stood 63 years ago to demand that America live up to its promise. That's what we're here today to do. They march for freedom, they march for economic opportunity, for the right to have a voice in the country they helped build. It's humbling, but it's also energizing. Because we're not just here to commemorate their historic work, we're here to carry it forward. 63 years ago, a generation of Americans made this nation better because they believed it could do better. They understood that democracy is not self-executing. The Voters' Rights Act was their greatest victory. The right to vote is the power people have to shape their future and the future of our communities and the future of our country. It's about whether government is accountable to the people or just to the powerful. We're seeing a change here in America right now. It's about whether every community, regardless of race, faith, or background, is fully represented in our democracy and fully included in the promise that is America. That power is under attack again today. They've gone directly after the Voter Rights Act. And they're creating new restrictions and new barriers to voting. And those attacks, they fall hardest on black communities and black voters, communities of color, the communities that have led this fight to make our democracy more inclusive and more just. Generations before us fought these fights. They understood that freedom is not something that you inherit, it's something that you have to protect. So now it's our turn. That means defending the vote, protecting every voter's voice, and standing together when those voices are threatened. We're not protecting a process, we're defending people's power. Go out and vote. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Kitty Sandoval of Rock the Vote.
It's an honor to stand here today in this sacred spot because 63 years ago, hundreds of thousands of people gathered here to say with one voice, enough is enough. They came demanding that America live up to its promise, and central to their demands was the right to vote. In the years that followed, we saw the passage of the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, both direct results of the work done by the people who stood where you're standing today. The older I get, the more I understand how much of my own life was shaped by people I will never meet. I grew up on a family farm in a small town in northern New Mexico. My mom worked 2 jobs to raise 4 boys largely on her own. There was never a reason for me to believe that I could one day grow up and work in the White House for not 1 but 2 presidents, or to stand before you helping to lead one of the country's largest organizations focused on young voters. But that's what progress is. It changes the range of lives people are allowed to imagine for themselves. For 36 years, Rock the Vote has worked to bring young people into our democracy, helping to register more than 15 million voters. Registration, though, is only the beginning. We work with young people to give them the information they need to cast the ballot, and work with partners across the country to protect their access to it. Because voting rights don't protect themselves. Every generation has to claim them, to defend them, and every generation faces the same choice: fight or retreat. Those who marched in 1963 could not know the full breadth of who would benefit from what they were building. They could not know me or the countless young people who grew up in a world where they could dream of a life beyond the boundaries of what was set for us. And we may never know the names of those who benefit from our actions. Our responsibility today isn't simply to remember what happened here. It's to fight to continue the progress we inherited. And that starts with the vote. Thank you.
Don't touch it. Whatever you did, you fixed it. I don't know what you did.
Let us now welcome Joteka L. Eady, founder of Win with Black Women.
63 years to go. Today, hundreds of thousands gathered on this sacred ground for the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. And today, I stand here on their shoulders.
I just plugged into the other one.
I stand on behalf of Win with Black Women. I stand for the 44,000 Black women who gathered in a moment of history and declared that we would not sit on the sidelines. I also stand here for the 92% of Black women who tried to tell America. And we are still telling America, because Black women are neither footnotes nor afterthoughts in American story. Our labor, our leadership, our love has built this country from its soil to its stars. And we are worthy of freedom, not because of our resilience, not because of how much we can endure, but because we are human, because we exist, and because we are divine. For generations, we have been told to wait, to shrink, to smile when disrespected, to be strong when broken, and to fight and then be forgotten. We have watched our history be erased, our votes threatened, our bodies politicized, our brilliance exploited, and our humanity questioned. And still, my sisters, we rise. Still, we vote. Still, we organize. And still, we lead. But there comes a moment in time when patience becomes permission and silence becomes betrayal. And that moment is now. So today, as Black women, I stand here to declare independence from systems that profit from our pain, from politics that want our votes but not our voices, from corporations that celebrate our diversity and culture but abandon our communities, from institutions that praise our service but refuse to protect our freedom, and from allies who welcome our support in private but vote against our rights in public. We believe in an America that tells the truth about its sins, repent through its policies, and redeems itself through justice. Because we are the dream and the doers. We are the bridge and the builders. And when America has ever lost its way, Black women have so often been its moral compass. So today, in the name of some of those women whose shoulders hold us still, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, Ida B. Wells, Ella Baker, Dr. Dorothy Irene Height, Shirley Chisholm, Fannie Lou Hamer, Coretta Scott King, Maya Angelou, and the millions whose names in history has never recorded. Our mothers, our grandmothers, our aunties, our sisters, black women who have labored, who have organized, who have sacrificed, and who have spoken truth to power and never stopped, like Mother Hazel Induce. We are the miracles of our mothers and what they have prayed for. We will not be silent, we will not shrink, we will not surrender, and we will not rest until the promise of America becomes the practice of America. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Marlene M. Joseph, co-founder and executive director of the Haitian Bridge Alliance.
Beloveds, today I stand before you in the name of Haiti, the first black republic who stood against slavery and said no more. And today I call on our collective freedom, our collective liberation to stand on behalf of those most marginalized. My name is Marlene Joseph. I represent the Haitian Bridge Alliance, and I bring forth human rights, migration, and racial justice movement. Because we understand there is no United States of America without us. We understand that this country was built on the back of black people, and we continue to hold that truth. As we see, we live under a dictatorship that is criminalized immigrants, specifically black immigrants. Understanding, yesterday they deported U.S. children born to Haiti in the middle of the crisis. We say no more. We must stand united. We must stand on behalf of those suffering, because we must make sure that the dream that MLK started continues. We are the dream of our ancestors. We are the future. And we must guarantee that our children, black, brown, Hispanic, white, are able to call this country theirs without fear of deportation, without fear of being kidnapped, because this land is ours indeed. So today, we stand on behalf of those voices, and we let them know they are not alone. In the chains of immigration, they are not alone. We have broken the chains before, and what we say is that we are free. Thank God Almighty, we are free indeed, and the dream lives on. Thank you so much.
March on Washington 2026 proudly recognizes our Divine Nine partners. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. Together, we stand united in the continued fight for justice, equality, and the right of every voice to be heard. Defend the vote. Defend democracy. Defend our future.
Let us now welcome Lucien J. Metellus, Jr., General President of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated.
Good morning. I am Lucien Metellus, General President of Alpha Phi Alpha, and I've come to address you today about the crisis in America. We have a crisis in America because our voting rights are being stripped away, and the men of Alpha Phi Alpha will not have it. We have a crisis because our people are being hung on trees and the media is not covering it. We are in crisis. We are in crisis because they're afraid of our vote because they know there is power in the people. So today we are asking that God has called us to a mission. And that mission is for freedom, true and strong in this United States of America. And it will not happen by us sitting down. It will happen by us winning each and every election at every level. It means massive voter turnout. It means that we work to be stronger together. It is now more than ever the mission of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated to bring our people to the polls. A voteless people is a hopeless people. Every alpha, every man, every woman in every election will truly bring the change that we need in this country. So I implore everyone under the sound of my voice that it is your mission to do God's work, to save a country that is still worth saving and fulfilling the promise that was given to us so many years ago. Ladies and gentlemen, let us be forward thinking and save our country together. Thank you.
Let us now welcome the Honorable Brother David A. Turner, International President of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity, Incorporated.
Good morning. I stand before you as the President of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity, Incorporated, the fraternity of A. Philip Randolph, the chief organizer of the first March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. Our founders and our forefathers built this organization to be used to disrupt systems of oppression and fight for the liberation of black people. The current assault on voting rights, driven by legislative disenfranchisement, voter purging, gerrymandering, and intimidation, is a deliberate strategy to strip power from black, brown, and working class communities. But we will not yield. At Sigma's, our motto is culture for service and service for humanity. And in today's climate, service means radical resistance. Service means organizing our communities to dismantle voter suppression at every level. Service means turning every neighborhood into a fortress of mobilization. We will shut down efforts by swarming the ballot boxes and demanding passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. As we have done since 1914, the men of Sigma will organize, we will mobilize, and we will fight until unrestricted democracy belongs to every single one of us. Blue Phi.
Let us now welcome Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant, International President and CEO, Zeta Phi Beta Sorority, Incorporated.
On this 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington, we gather to mobilize inclusive action, transformational leadership to advance social, health, and economic justice for all through the power of she. Good afternoon, my sisters and brothers, family and friends. I am Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant, International President and CEO of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated and Chairwoman of the Divine Nine Council of Presidents. 1 year ago, I stood here with many of you at the March on Wall Street and reminded us that we are people of faith, people of courage, and people who refuse to accept injustice as our destiny. Today, we stand again, not because the work has become easier, but because our purpose has become even clearer. The power of she for social, health, and economic justice is Zeta's call to action to uplift our communities. The power of she is the power of you and me. We hereby declare that justice cannot be selective. Justice means every person has the opportunity to live with dignity. Health justice means your zip code, your race, your gender, or your income must never determine where you live, thrive, or receive care. Economic justice means that hard work should provide opportunity, not just simply survival. And voting rights mean that every eligible voice must have the power to reshape the future. But let's be clear, marching is not the destination. Our ancestors did not sacrifice so that we could simply remember their struggle. They sacrificed so that we could continue their work. So today, let us turn our unity into action. Let us continue to organize in our communities. Let us protect our vote. Let us advocate for policies that lift families. And let's invest in our children and our communities. And let's not just lead from fear, but from faith. For those of you who know the Lord, we know that He is still in control and He has given us all we need to survive. When women lead, communities move. When communities organize, systems change. And when we stand together with purpose, with courage, and with love, there's no limit to what we can transform. Zeta Phi Beta and the Divine Nine stand ready. But I want to know if you're ready. Are you ready to show up? Are you ready to speak out? Are you ready to shape policy? Are you ready to protect the vote? Well, that's who we are. We will show up. We will speak out. We will not be silent. And through advocacy, we will shape our policy. We will protect our communities. We will exercise the right to vote. And our generations to come will be proud of the stand that we take today. They are counting on us. So repeat after me. The power of she is the power of you and me. God bless you.
Let us now welcome Mark Jackson, Grand Basileus of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity.
This is the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice. We shall rejoice. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Good morning, everyone. To the Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network, to the King family, to my colleagues, affectionately known as the Divine Nine, and to all whom honor is due. My name is Mark E. Jackson. I am the 43rd Grand Basileus of the greatest organization known to mankind, the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. I bring you greetings on behalf of the over 200,000 plus men of Omega, which are represented in 16 countries, on 4 continents, and across 19 time zones. It's certainly an honor and a privilege to bring greetings on such a momentous occasion. Today, we stand here on hallowed ground, not just as members of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, but as advocates of justice, equality, and the relentless pursuit of a dream. We, the men of Omega, gathered at this historic March on Washington to commemorate the legacy of those who came before us and to reaffirm our commitment to the principles that drive our fraternity: manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift. As we look back at the footsteps that have walked these very streets, we cannot help but draw inspiration from the pioneers of the Civil Rights Movement, including A. Philip Randolph, Congressman John Lewis, the great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and our own beloved brothers, Barnyard Rustin and Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr. They may be gone, but certainly not forgotten. In 1963, the March on Washington called for an end to segregation, fair wages, economic justice, voting rights, education, and the long overdue civil rights protections. Oddly enough, here in 2026, we are still calling for and fighting for some of the same issues. Well, today, Omega men around the world, individually and collectively, stand in solidarity with you as we call for an end to discrimination in voting, an end to discrimination in jobs and fair wages, an end to discrimination in lending practices for houses, discrimination, healthcare, educational, and the criminal justice system, and an end to the political manipulation of gerrymandering. Today is a call to action. The fight for civil rights, the fight for justice and equality is not a spectator sport. We need all hands on deck if we're going to move the needle of social injustice. As I close, if the late Congressman and civil rights leader John Lewis were here, I believe he would say it's time for us to stand up, make our voices heard, and get into some good trouble. If Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. were here, I believe he would remind us that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. To God be the glory. Long live the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, and may God continue to bless each and every one of you. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Bayan Bartning, co-founder and board president of Pro-Human Foundation, Avi Dressner, executive director of Black Jewish Reconciliation, Rebuilding the Bridge, and Daryl Davis, co-founder and global ambassador for Pro-Human Foundation.
Hello. It is wonderful to be here. Hello, DC. 63 years ago today, and I'm not the first person to say that, Martin Luther King Jr. stood on these steps and called on our country to live up to its founding promise. All people are created equal. For more than a decade, my friend and Pro-Human Foundation co-founder, Daryl Davis, has been drawing attention to the fading and neglected marker that identifies where Dr. King stood to deliver I Have a Dream. It's right here in front of me. It may seem almost unimaginable in today's divided political climate, but the legislation authorizing the original marker passed Congress unanimously in the year 2000, without a single dissenting vote. And like most successful legislation, it had a champion, Congresswoman Ann Northrup of Kentucky. We're grateful that Ann is now part of Renewing the Dream, an initiative to revitalize the marker she helped create and make it easier for visitors to find. The people involved in this effort come from different backgrounds and hold different political beliefs. Not everyone agrees on every issue of our day, but all are united in support of the principles Dr. King spoke about from these steps. Standing behind me today are my children, Liv and Asher. I'm passionate about renewing the dream because I want them and every person who comes here to be able to stand where King stood, look out across the reflecting pool, and ask themselves, even for a moment, what does renewing the dream mean to me? So I thought I would let Liv and Asher tell you what it means to them.
To me, renewing the dream means seeing each person as an individual. We all have different backgrounds and experiences. Every one of us is 100% unique, and every one of us is 100% a member of the same race, the human race.
Renewing the dream to me means treating people like people. Don't assume you know someone because of what they look like, where they're from, or what group they're part of. Get to know them for who they actually are.
And that is the kind of reflection we hope this marker will invite. For more than 6 decades, Dr. King's dream has inspired countless people around the world. Today, that dream belongs to all of us, and so does the opportunity to renew it. And now I'd like to invite Avi Dressner to the podium.
Good morning, beloved community. My name is Avi Dressner, and I am the son of Rabbi Israel Dressner, the most arrested and jailed rabbi during the Civil Rights Movement, and an ally and friend of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. My dad stood less than 20 feet away from Dr. King right here when he delivered the iconic I Have a Dream speech. Today, I represent my father and the Pro-Human Foundation's Renewing the Dream initiative, which seeks to revitalize the marker on this hallowed ground where Dr. King spoke. It is so faded that most visitors step on it without even knowing it's there. We intend to change that. One of the designs being considered has Dr. King's footprints on it, and I hope it gets chosen because of all the miles those feet marched so that we and our nation could be here today. My father walked many of those miles with him, including on the Pettus Bridge in Selma, where Dr. King asked him to deliver the prayer right before the march, which led to the passage of the Voting Rights Act. Today, the rights that Dr. King and my dad marched for are under assault. And to paraphrase the words of the great Rabbi Hillel, if we do not defend and renew them, who will? But renewing the dream is about more than restoring a marker. It is also about revitalizing the Black and Jewish alliance that my father and Dr. King embodied. I was at a convening in Miami a few months ago that brought together 120 Black and Jewish leaders from all over the country with the purpose of revitalizing our alliance. We seek to do so not to benefit Blacks and Jews, but because when we work together, it benefits the nation. Without our alliance, there would have been no Civil Rights Act or Voting Rights Act. And unless we work together again, unless all of us do, we will lose those precious pillars of our modern democracy. Whenever I speak publicly, I make sure to wear something of my father's. Today, it's his suit. Usually, it's his socks, because I could never fill his shoes. Similarly, Dr. King's footprints on the marker we seek to place here can never be filled, nor should they be. Footprints are useful only if we follow them. We all know the expression that those who don't know history are doomed to repeat it. But a much less well-known corollary of that is that those who do know history can repeat the good parts. And the Black-Jewish alliance is definitely one of the parts worth repeating. So let us follow in my father's and Dr. King's footsteps, and let us also make our own modern march, blaze our own trail, and dream new dreams. Thank you, and may God bless our efforts.
We would like to take this time to thank some of our partners. When you hear your name,
Good morning, folks. My name is Darrell Davis from the Pro-Human Foundation. I want to remind us that this year, 2026, is the 250th anniversary of our independence from Great Britain. In 1776, Thomas Jefferson wrote the Declaration of Independence, in which he said, "All men are created equal." Almost 100 years later, Abraham Lincoln, in 1863, said that our nation was conceived in liberty with the proposition that all men are created equal. Almost 30 years later, in 1892, every American, and since 1892, has put their right hand over their heart, faced our flag, and recited the words of Francis Bellamy, who authored our Pledge of Allegiance, in which he wrote, "One nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." 100 years after the Gettysburg Address with Abraham Lincoln, Martin Luther King Jr. stood right here where we're standing today and delivered one of the two greatest speeches and most recognizable speeches in American history, one being the Gettysburg Address by Abraham Lincoln, and the other being the I Have a Dream speech by Martin Luther King, in which he said he had a dream that one day this nation will rise up and live out the true meaning of its creed. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. Folks, today, in 2026, our country is drowning in divisiveness and polarization based on skin color, religion, sexual preference, political party affiliation. Even last month, on our 250th birthday, the 4th of July, 400 white supremacists marched right here in Washington, D.C., proclaiming to reclaim America and take our country back. Are these really the gifts we want to give our beloved country on its 250th birthday? I should think not. Renewing the dream is where we can start. Let's start by making this marker right here upon which we're standing, where Dr. King stood, more visible. Each year, approximately 8 million people visit this Lincoln Memorial. You know what that adds up to? 20,000 people per day. Thousands of those people walk right across the marker, and now you can barely see it. The Pro-Human Foundation has proposed to put in a new and stronger marker, so people can come, stand on it, have their picture taken in the exact place where Martin Luther King read his dream. So we ask you that you help us renew the marker and help us to renew Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream. I also want to remind you that August 28th, today's date, of course, in 1963, 63 years ago, is the anniversary of Dr. King's speech. But also, August 28th, 71 years ago, in 1955, a young 14-year-old black boy was kidnapped, beaten, tortured, and murdered by 2 white racists for allegedly whistling at a white woman. His name was Emmett Till. Let us remember Emmett Till, and let us renew Martin Luther King's dream so all 14-year-olds, black, white, or otherwise, can live out their dreams. Let's turn Martin Luther King's dream into a reality. Thank you, folks.
At this time, we would like to thank some of our partners. When you hear your name, make some noise!
March on Washington 2026 proudly partners with these voting access and participation organizations. America Votes, Fair Fight Action, Fair Vote, Vote.org, Vote Riders, together, we stand committed to protecting access to the ballot, empowering every voter, and ensuring that every voice has the power to be heard. Defend the vote. Defend democracy. Defend our future.
Let us now welcome Dr. Everett Kelly of the National President for American Federation of Government Employees.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I'm Everett Kelly, and I speak for 820,000 federal and D.C. government workers represented by my union, AFGE. They are the nurses at the VA hospital, the officers at the airport checkpoint, the women and men at the Social Security who take care of your grandmothers, grandfathers, Last year, this administration tried to strip union rights from nearly 1 million of them with the stroke of a pen. Not because they did something wrong, because AFGE sued them. Because we said no to Elon Musk and his chainsaw. They haven't won that fight. We're still in court. And we aren't going anywhere. What about you? But they can't win a fair fight. This is what they always try. They change the rules. They rig the system. They try to make it harder to fight back, strip the union, and they think the workers get quiet. Got the Voting Rights Act, and they think the voters stay home. Same play, run twice, and they are wrong both times. Now, 63 years ago today, 250,000 people stood on this ground. A. Philip Randolph and Rustin organized them. Dr. King stood right where and here and told the country about a dream. They didn't call the March for Freedom. They didn't call it the March on Washington for jobs, but they said for jobs and freedom, both words. Same breath, same fight. 2 years later, this country passed the Voting Rights Act. People were beaten in Selma for that law. John Lewis had his skull cracked on a bridge in Alabama for that law. And this past April, the Supreme Court took it apart, 6-3. Now, it's not enough to show that a map shuts black voters out. Now you have to prove that they meant to do it. Now, you have to get inside their head. Brothers and sisters, I grew up in Alabama under the Jim Crow law. Nobody ever wrote down their intentions. They just decided that some folk would go through the front door and some people would have to go around back. I spent my entire life walking through the front door. They told me back in Alabama wasn't for folk who looked like me. And I don't know about you, but I'm not going back. What about you? Now, our ancestors didn't pay that price for us to stand here quiet. 67 days from the day this country votes. And if your vote didn't matter, they wouldn't be working so hard to take it away from you. So this is what I say to you. Register everybody. Make a plan. And bring somebody with you. They underestimated us. They underestimated the power of we. Everybody over this audience, and they let me hear you say we. There's power in we. And in 10 weeks, this election day will show them what a bad mistake that was. This is what I know. We may have been knocked down, but we have not been knocked out. This is what I know. We've may endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. Are y'all with me? Guess what? November is coming. Joy is coming. Change is coming. Keep on praying. Keep on fighting. Keep on marching. Keep on voting. Let's get it done. Thank you, and I love you.
Let us now welcome Patrick Moran, International President of American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Moran, and I'm honored to stand here on behalf of 1.4 million AFSCME members across America. Healthcare workers and child care providers, mental health professionals, sanitation workers, school bus drivers, custodians, library workers, and bridge inspectors. Public service workers whose courage keeps our communities safe, whose dedication keeps our economy running, and whose solidarity keeps Dr. King's dream alive. 1 week ago, I had the honor to be sworn in as president of AFSCME. And I stand on the shoulders of the leaders who came before me, like this young man here, this great young man. I carry forward a movement that has never backed down. And I made a promise that day to fight forward, to fight for every working family, to fight for democracy itself. Because unlike some people a few blocks away from here, we actually believe in it. He understood that Dr. King preached that lessons on this very spot. He understood that civil rights and economic justice are not separate fights. It's why in the final days of his life, he went to Memphis, standing with 1,300 black sanitation workers, represented by AFSCME Local 1733, who walked off the job, held their heads high, and said, "I am a man." I feel that history today. Maybe in some ways it's repeating an all-out war on voting rights, a living you can't live on, the haves scapegoating the have-nots. But that's not all that's repeating. We're here. We're here today, thousands strong and fighting back against greedy corporations rigging the game, against anti-worker politicians trying to cheat their way to victory, against a system that lets children go hungry while their parents work double shifts. In Dr. King's final speech in Memphis, he spoke of the Good Samaritan, who looked at the world and asked not, "What will happen to me if I help my neighbor?" but, "What will happen to him if I do not?" This is the beauty of this moment. It's a call to look out for one another and advance the common good. It's why I'm so proud to stand with you today and continue the fight forward. We'll march against the authoritarians. We'll light a fire under our elected representatives. We'll talk to our neighbors about who's going to lower grocery prices, who's going to demand our freedoms, who's going to protect our voice and our vote. Together, we'll prove that this still is a nation of dreams. That we've got the power, and we're going to use it. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Lee Saunders, former International President, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO.
Good morning. You know, I have spent 50 years of my life in the labor movement. For 14 years, I had the honor of being president of AFSCME, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees. You just heard from the new president. He told you that we represent 1.4 million members across the country, public service workers, who work like hell every single day to provide essential services to the American public. Last week, I stepped down as president. I retired from my job. But I want to be real clear. I did not retire from my duties as a citizen. I did not retire from the belief in civic engagement. I did not retire from this fight, and I never, ever will. I'm here today. I'm here today because I am feeling the fierce urgency of now. As Dr. King put it when he spoke here 63 years ago today. Extremist radicals in the White House and in Congress, the privileged and powerful, the wealthy and well-connected, they don't want to take us back to 1963. They want to take us back to 1863. They're gutting voting rights. They're disenfranchising people of color. They are shaking the foundations of our democracy. The President of the United States himself peddles insane conspiracy theories about election fraud every single day. Every issue we care about, every issue that we care about depends on this struggle. So if you care about expanding union rights and freedoms, this is your fight. If you care about affordable child care, health care, and housing, this is your fight. If you care about fixing wealth inequality, this is your fight. If you care about retirement security, this is your fight. If you care about racial equity, this is your fight. You know, the folks on the other side know that to pass their agenda, to keep shoving more tax cuts to billionaires, they have to silence us. That's what they're trying to do. They know they can't win a fair fight. They know they can't rig the economy without rigging the political system. We aren't going to let them do that, are we? I didn't hear you. We aren't going to let them do that, are we? Hell no. Now when the stakes are so high and the future of our democracy literally hangs in the balance. We have fought too hard and bled too much to turn back now. Dr. King sacrificed too much. John Lewis sacrificed too much. A. Philip Randolph and Bayard Rustin sacrificed too much. Generations of fearless warriors for justice have sacrificed too much. So we've got to keep raising our voices, and we've got to keep raising hell. Keep educating, organizing, and mobilizing. Keep marching for racial justice, economic justice, and social justice. Keep marching for civil rights, labor rights, human rights, and voting rights. If we keep marching, we will win. Thank you very much.
Let us now welcome Cleola Brown, President, A. Philip Randolph Institute. Let us now welcome Cleola Brown, President, A. Philip Randolph Institute.
Come on, we need to hear you up here too. All right, bring it up, bring it up, bring it up. Let's first of all say thank you to Reverend Sharpton, and thank you to National Action Network, and thank you to every organizer that's standing out there on this day of urgency. You all look good, and when they start lying about the numbers, look at them and tell them you lied. Now, I'm honored to stand here today on the very ground where 63 years ago our forefathers and foremothers and sisters and brothers in the fight for civil rights and racial justice heard from Dr. King, Roy Wilkins, John Lewis, Walter Reuther, and so many amazing leaders. At the pen and strategizing that was done by Randolph and Rustin. We heard from A. Philip Randolph, who called our sisters and brothers gathered there the advance guard of a massive rural revolution for jobs and freedom. That's 63 years ago, and the message is still the same. You feel me? A revolution that demanded affordable housing, integrated education, and real voting rights. A revolution that demanded full employment for America's workers at a living wage, and the dignity, and an end to discrimination. At the end of the speaking program, these demands were recited, backed by Bayard Rustin, the chief architect of the march, and 250,000 of our brothers and sisters made personal commitments in the struggle for jobs and freedom, pledging to achieve social justice through economic justice and to not let up until the demands have been realized. Back then, I was 15 years old, and I sneaked down from Philadelphia, y'all, because I knew I couldn't get the permission to come. When I sneaked down and got down here, I didn't have no pass to get on the mall, but my mama taught me if you follow a greasy bag, you know you're gonna eat. The sister got chicken, and she probably got some cake in there, too. I walked with the people as if I had something, but I couldn't get in the platform, so those trees that are behind you, for those of you who are sitting and looking this way, the trees on the right became the perch for children who were yet teenagers like myself. We climbed up in the trees to look to this spot. When people say God is good, He is, and every day of my life I thank Him for it. Because right now, more than ever, we need to keep right on pushing, making sure that those demands that were relevant then, unfortunately, are relevant right now, but we don't give up. We don't give out. We don't even stop. We keep coming at it. Because what He has for us, no one will be able to take it from us. But they can take it if you give it to them. So all the people that are here from APRI, of standing in your steps, not anything about me. For all of those who are good Panhellenic members, and I'm a little partial, mine is this one right here, okay? Just so we know. But for all of those things, walk together, children, and don't you get worried, because we are going to win this race. God bless you, and God bless Reverend Shepard.
Let us now welcome Lenore Thomas, President of Virginia 512 SEIU.
Hello, Washington. 63 years ago, workers from across the nation organized and marched on these grounds. My name is Lenore Thomas. I'm the president of SEIU Virginia 512. And we are here this morning to say the sacrifice of our ancestors will not be in vain. I stand here on behalf of 2 million members of the Service Employees International Union, the people who serve your communities, keep your hospitals running, and your loved ones cared for in their homes. SEIU is here to send a message. There is no worker power in a country where there is no ballot power. Here's why. The vote is sacred. It is sacred because of what it costs. Our ancestors paid for our ballots with their lives. They did not pay that price so we could pick and choose when to vote. They paid the price to make the vote ours. And they paid the price to make every vote count every single time. In Virginia, we know this fight firsthand. Virginians went to the polls and voted for a new congressional map. And when we asked the Supreme Court to uphold that vote, they said no. Why? Power. So when somebody tells me our vote does not matter, I ask them one question. Why are they working so hard to take it from us? Nobody spends that kind of money, that kind of power, and that much energy trying to silence something that is useless. They gutted Section 5 because our votes work. They gutted Section 2 because our votes work. They are coming for vote by mail because our votes work. Remember, elections have consequences. The ballot is not just about who gets elected. It is about what the people we elect do with the power we give them. When we show up and we do our part to elect people who share our values, we expect follow-through. We remember who stood with us, and we remember the people who forget us once they are elected. In a true democracy, the vote has more power than boardrooms and big donors, more power than secret meetings and hate. It has the power to get us the 3 things we all need: money, power, and respect. Money, so the worker who bathes your mother can afford to feed her own. Power, so we stop asking permission at the ballot box and at the bargaining table. And respect. So let's go get it, y'all. Register somebody to vote, drive somebody to the polls, and let's vote.
Let us now welcome John W. Rogers, Jr., founder, chairman, co-CEO, and chief investment officer of Ariel Investments. Let us now welcome John W. Rogers, Jr., founder, chairman, co-CEO, and chief investment officer of Ariel Investments.
Good morning. I'm John Rogers, founder of Ariel Investments. My daughter and I are from the land of honest Abe Lincoln, not the city of dishonest Trump. I've been inspired by a long line of people who risked their lives for liberation, who broke barriers in the name of justice. My great-grandfather was a fearless business leader. He built the Stratford Hotel, the largest black-owned hotel in the country that was destroyed during the Tulsa Race Massacre. My father fought overseas as one of the original Tuskegee Airmen, defending a freedom he didn't fully enjoy here at home. My mother was a pioneering civil rights leader. She sat in at lunch counters and introduced me to one of my heroes, Reverend Jesse Jackson. I was about 8 years old. He was holding court in our living room, and I was completely mesmerized. Today, as an entrepreneur, I carry with me the deep connection Reverend Jackson made between economic empowerment and the civil rights movement. He literally put a dollar sign in the Operation Push logo. Simply brilliant. As Dr. King once said, what good is it having the right to sit at the lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger? He knew that if we had equal economic opportunity, we could own our own homes, pass our wealth along to future generations, support our political and community leaders, and finally stake our claim in the American dream. As we all know, that claim has been hindered by racism for hundreds of years. Reverend often said, they don't think about us. They don't see us. Together today, we come together to be seen. Like the giants that came before us, we must be relentless. Every single one of you walked out of your door this morning knowing the very real risks, and you chose to be here anyway. In the spirit of John Lewis, you found a way to get in the way. You chose to make good trouble. That is the courage that carries this movement forward. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Arne Duncan, former U.S. Secretary of Education.
Good morning. I'm Arne Duncan. I'm so honored to be here with my family and my best friend and mentor since I was 10 years old, John Rogers. He's an extraordinary part of my life. I was lucky enough to be part of President Obama's administration and now run a small nonprofit called Chicago Cred, based in Chicago. And our laser focus is on reducing gun violence. We work with young men most at risk of shooting and being shot. We've had historic reductions in violence. They're putting down the guns. It's the hardest work I've ever done. Honestly, the most heartbreaking, but also the most inspiring, and hopefully the most meaningful. And on Monday at one of our sites, we did a lesson on democracy, divided the men into two teams, Team Cred and Team Pushing Peace, to talk about the issues in their community. And they were eloquent and passionate about the need for more affordable housing, and healthy food, and better schools, and better health care. But when we asked them, were they thinking about voting in November, the room all of a sudden that had been vibrant got very, very quiet. And we explained that those that have been most disenfranchised have the most to gain by voting, but the system has let them down for too long. And so in the next 67 days, as we work hard to protect the right to vote, to work to preserve our democracy, I urge all of us to focus on helping those who have been most disenfranchised, those who are most likely not to vote, to come out and do exactly that. It is the most powerful and the most peaceful thing that the men we serve, the communities we serve, can do to better their lives and better the country. And if we can do that together, if we can do that collectively, I promise you in 67 days, we can change the world. Thank you so much for all that you do. God bless.
Let us welcome Dr. Cheryl W. Turner, International President of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Incorporated.
Good morning. I'm Cheryl Turner, International President of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. In 1913, Delta marched. In 1963, Delta marched. And in 2026, we are still marching because the work of democracy remains unfinished. For 250 years, America has wrestled with the distance between its promise and its practice. Who counts? Who's heard? Who gets a say? Who gets to claim the full promise of their inalienable rights. Just weeks after our founding, our 22 founders stepped into the streets of Washington for the women's suffrage procession because they understood a truth that still remains. Freedom cannot be divided. Citizenship cannot be partial. And democracy cannot belong only to some. 50 years later, Delta was here again. Our 10th national president, Dorothy Height, was integral in the planning of the 1963 march. And today, Delta women register voters, educate communities, mobilize citizens, and protect access to the ballot. And we know that protecting the vote requires more than participation. It requires vigilance, persistence, and sometimes it requires the courage to challenge power itself. That's why when voting rights are threatened, we take to the courts. In Georgia, Delta challenged the barriers to the ballot. In Texas, Delta fought restrictions on voter assistance. And in Mississippi, we defend black voting power. And in federal court, we fight to protect access to mail-in voting. We organize, we educate, we litigate, we mobilize, but we do not retreat. Because when the right to vote is threatened, every other right becomes more vulnerable. The fight to vote is more than what happens at the ballot box. It's a declaration, and our voice is not negotiable. So, in 1913, in 1963, 2026, different generations? Yes, the same charge though. Different battles? Yes, the same determination though. The years change, the assignment does not. So I ask you, what will we do? Defend the vote. What must we do? Defend the vote. What will Delta do? Defend the vote.
Let us now welcome Rabbi Jonah Pesner, Director of Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism and Senior Vice President of Union for Reform Judaism.
Good morning, Civil Rights family. Shalom. Shalom. Let me hear you. Shalom. I'm Rabbi Jonah Pesner. I lead the Religious Action Center of Reform Judaism, the largest and most diverse denomination in Jewish life, standing with Rabbi Kelly Whitehead, Heidi Siegel, and Josh Maxey. Just 3 out of 2.1 million Reform Jews who marched together with you, gathering in the legacy of Dr. King and the rabbis and Jewish leaders who marched before us. We stand today in honor of Andrew Goodman, James Chaney, and Mickey Schwerner, 2 white Jews and a black Christian who were murdered by the Klan for what? Registering voters. So we march with you today in the footsteps of our Hebrew ancestors who rose up out of Egyptian slavery and journeyed to the Promised Land. 3,000 years ago, they heard God's call through this blast of the shofar. Rise up, march forth, and journey to Freedom Land. Wake up! Everybody say, wake up! Because our democracy is in danger. Our rights are being rolled back. Our voices are being silenced. Our votes are going uncounted. Our people are suffering with fear and hunger and despair. Our neighbors are hiding in their homes because they're afraid of agents of the state who are terrorizing our communities. And our children are experiencing hate at every turn when we are trying to build the beloved community. But we know what those who came before and marched before us know. Our safety is in our solidarity. Everybody say solidarity. And the redemption of this nation may yet come through democracy. Everybody say democracy. A robust, multiracial, inclusive democracy in which every voice is heard because every vote is counted. And you know what we know? Some people want some people not to vote. Are we going to stand for that? No, we're going to march. The Voting Rights Act of '65 was written in our conference room at the RAC. But we also know the Voting Rights Act was not written in a conference room. It was written in blood in Selma and transcribed in our conference room. So to honor those who gave their blood and their lives, I ask you with love and pride, will you lift your voice? Will you demand justice? Will you march on and on and on until victory is won? We didn't start marching 63 years ago. We started marching 3,000 years ago when our people rose up out of Egypt, and we will march for another 3,000 years if that's what it takes until victory is won. Amen? Amen.
We'd like to thank some of our partners. So when you hear your name, make some noise.
March on Washington 2026 proudly partners with these democracy protection organizations. DC Vote, Declaration for American Democracy, Democracy Forward, Stand Up America, United for Democracy. Together, we stand united to protect our democracy, defend the rights of every citizen, and preserve the power of the people. Defend the vote, defend democracy, defend our future.
Let us now welcome Keturah Johnson, International Vice President of Association of Flight Attendants, CWA, AFL-CIO.
All right. What's up, family? My name is Keturah Johnson, and I am a proud queer union veteran, and I am a flight attendant. And I have the responsibility and the incredible privilege of representing more than 55,000 incredibly diverse flight attendants as the International Vice President of the Association of Flight Attendants. And in case you didn't know, flight attendants save lives, and we are aviation's first responders. I am also proud to be a member of the PFLAG National Board of Directors. PFLAG moms and families, where you at? Yes. And in case you didn't know, PFLAG is where LGBTQ+ people, parents and families, and allies unite to turn pride into power. I know we as flight attendants, we ask folks every day, multiple times a day, if you are willing and able to assist us in the event of an emergency. We ask you and we trust you based on a verbal yes, your word, and so does everyone else. You all have trusted folks you have not seen. Today, I need to know if you are willing and able to assist us in this emergency and turn your privilege and pride into power. And we're going to need some verbal yeses. We'll start with the easy one. Are you willing and able to listen to flight attendants? We save lives, and we've been doing a lot of it lately, and we're tired. Are you willing and able to support the Delta flight attendants to organize their union to raise standards of workers in the South and across the country? Yes, because voter suppression is union busting, and guess what we know? Union busting, it's disgusting. Are you willing and able to protect the trans folks in the LGBTQ+ community? Are you willing and able to use people's pronouns even if you don't get it? Are you willing and able to fight for people to make their own choices about their bodies? And are you willing and able to stand up for migrants? Are you willing and able to stop clapping for veterans and instead organize to ensure those like myself who have sacrificed for this country are seen, respected, protected, and cared for in and out of the war zone, in and out of the closet? Protect trans veterans and soldiers of color. Are you willing and able to stand with postal workers and ensure mail-in ballots are still counted because your vote should not count no matter where you are on election day, and the U.S. mail is not for sale? Are you willing and able to fight for health care and housing for all? And are you willing and able to have the promise and power to never 11. Are you willing and able to use your privileges, power, and turn your power into vote? Because when we vote, we protect families, when we educate, we empower communities, when we organize, we build power, and when we show up together, we shape the future. And when we fight, we win. This is a time for good trouble, necessary trouble. It's going to mean protest. It's going to mean education. It's going to mean to get uncomfortable. It's going to mean disturbing the peace, and it will mean fuck around and find out. And that means risk, and risk is hard, but it's only through risk that we've ever gained freedom. So my question to you, what are you willing to risk, and who are you willing to risk it for? Fight it to save lives, protect trans folks, respect veterans, contract now, watch and support women's rights.
Let us now welcome Hector E. Sanchez Barba, President and CEO of Mi Familia Vota.
Buenos dias, brothers and sisters. What a beautiful, powerful morning. We gather today in the spirit of those who marched on Washington before us, those who understood that democracy is something we fought hard for and that every generation must continue to defend. The work is far from done. Today, our democracy is being tested. Across this country, voting rights are under attack. Our communities face new and dangerous barriers to the ballot. The protections of the voting rights are gone. And this administration openly threatens to bring immigration enforcement into our elections. This administration is using DHS and ICE to block and intimidate voters ahead of the midterms. This is not the system we fought for. No American citizen should ever have to wonder whether going to vote could put their family, their neighbors, or their community at risk. For Black and Latino communities, we know this history. We know that voter intimidation looks like. We know what happens when those in power decide that our voices are too powerful, our communities are too organized, and our votes are too consequential. But we also know something else. When Black and brown communities stand together, we can change our nation. Our communities have marched together. We have organized together. We have fought together for civil rights, worker rights, voting rights, and human dignity. And today, we must stand together again, united in purpose and conviction. Black voters matter. Latino voters matter. Our voices matter. Our votes matter. Together, we represent a force powerful enough to defend the promise of the American democracy. So our message today is simple. We will not be intimidated. We will not be divided, and we will not surrender our voices to our political power. We will register, we will organize, we will mobilize, and we will vote. And Black and brown, together, we will defend our democracy and continue to march towards justice. ¡Sí se puede!
Let us now welcome John C. Yang, President and Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice.
Good morning. 大家好. When I say vote, we say now. Vote! 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 This election is going to be so important, and we know that there are going to be new barriers that are put before us. Whether they're barriers based on proof of citizenship, whether they're barriers based on mail-in balloting, or whether there are barriers based on sheer voter intimidation and suppression. We know we will need to fight. And that is why I'm proud that our organization, along with so many of our organizations here, are fighting in the courts. Just yesterday, we secured yet another victory against this administration, against their attempt to restrict mail-in balloting. We will continue to fight all of this. As an Asian American, I know what exclusion feels like. We know that people oftentimes look at us as foreigners. This administration questions whether we should be citizens, even if we were born in this country. Our loyalties are questioned, even when we serve this country. That is why we know we need to come together with our brothers and sisters, the Black community, the Latino community, the immigrant community, the indigenous community. All of our communities have been so long excluded from our society. Whether we come here as immigrants, whether we come here as descendants of slaves who fought for their freedoms, whether we are here and have traced their heritage to this native land, we are in it together to ensure that our democracy serves us and not the politicians. When every vote gets counted and every vote is cast, we will be able to elect a government that actually serves us and serves our power together. So, when I say democracy, say vote. Democracy! 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 Thank you very much.
Let us now welcome Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levine, co-founders and co-executive directors of Indivisible.
Thank you.
Let us now welcome Leah Greenberg and Ezra Levine, co-founders and co-executive directors of Indivisible.
Hey y'all, I'm Ezra.
And I'm Leah.
And we are the co-founders of Indivisible. We're here on behalf of 2,500 local Indivisible groups from Texas to California to Maryland to Virginia, from the deep south to the northeast to the northwest. We are organizing with you in the 250th anniversary of the founding of our country, not the founding of our democracy. Everybody here knows that it's not the 250th anniversary of the founding of our democracy. We didn't get a real democracy until civil rights legends organized, marched, protested in the 30s, the 40s, the 50s, in Montgomery, in Selma, in Washington, D.C. here 63 years ago. We are marching today with you to demand our vote and a real democracy that actually represents us.
Now let's be clear, the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, these were not gifts from the powerful. They were victories wrested from the powerful by ordinary people with extraordinary courage. Generations of American heroes who stood up, who put their bodies on the line, who marched to defeat the segregationists, to defeat the fascists, to defeat all the forces that would stand against us. The democracy that was wrought for us by those heroes is young, and it is fragile, and it is under threat today. The same poisonous ideology that built the Confederacy, that ended Reconstruction, that instituted Jim Crow is alive and well. We see it in the Supreme Court's gutting of the Voting Rights Act. We see it in the rampant threats to the vote rising across the country. We're here today because we refuse to be divided, because our fates are linked, and because we treat an attack on one as an attack on all. We're here to organize.
63 years ago, Bayard Rustin was one of the lead organizers of this event. He's got a great quote. We need in every community a group of angelic troublemakers. Y'all, we've got a big group of angelic troublemakers out there. This is why Indivisible, with thousands upon thousands of organizers around the country, organized No Kings 1, No Kings 2, No Kings 3, 5 million, 7 million, 8 million people out in the streets. Are we done? How many kings? No kings. Are we going to let the fascists get what they want? Are we going to organize? We're demanding one thing, a real American democracy, indivisible with liberty and justice for all. Liberty and justice for all. Liberty and justice for all. We're here with you, and we're going to demand it together.
Let us now welcome Maurice Mitchell, National Director of Working Families Party.
Washington, D.C., let me hear you. My name is Maurice Mitchell. I am the National Director of the Working Families Party, where we believe the radical idea that in a democracy, people like you and I should govern, not the uber wealthy and certainly not giant corporations or oligarchs. If that's an idea that you believe in, let me hear you, Washington, D.C. Now, I don't have a lot of time with y'all today, and this is a non-partisan event. And as a person who leads a political party, that's the easiest and hardest thing in the world. Easy because I don't believe the story that it's about red versus blue. I believe the majority of this country is feeling a righteous anger against injustice, so I'm here on behalf of that pissed off majority. Let me hear you if you're part of that pissed off majority. Now, let's talk about partisanship. A partisan is someone who supports a people or a cause. So if I am a partisan, I am a partisan for working people still struggling to get by in the richest country in the history of the world. If I am against anyone, I am against those who think healthcare and childcare and a good paying union job and a home you could afford and time with your loved ones should be out of reach for anybody. I am against the Christian nationalists who corrupt scripture, or the tech bros who want more while we all get less. I am for white farmers who used to don those red hats, but who now fight side by side with black and brown folks in Tennessee against data centers that corrupt their land, drive up utility costs, and drive profits for the wealthy. I am a partisan for black folks in the South, still fighting for voting rights. To hell with a corrupt Supreme Court. I am for the folks in Minneapolis and LA who risk life and limb for their neighbors when masked men with guns occupied our cities. I am for children in Tehran and Palestine facing missiles paid for by our tax dollars, resources that should go to building schools and feeding children versus bombing schools and killing kids. We are not the crazy ones. What's crazy is continuing to accept the status quo constructed by the architects of war and division that have only brought misery and ruin to our world. When has that ever worked for us? I'm tired of accepting they're crazy, so if you're mad as hell and sick or tired of being sick and tired and you're hungry for freedom, Working Families Party is a home for you. Thank you, Washington, D.C.
Let us now welcome Patrice Lawrence, Executive Director of Undue Block Network, UBN.
Greetings, family. I said greetings, family. All right, I figure we need a little music break, so we're going to sing a song in the words of my fellow countryman, Bob Marley. Get up, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up, don't forget the fight. I am here to declare that immigration is a black issue. We have the power to build the future as it should be, not just the future that they have given us. Black immigrants are Black America. We are family, we are community, and we are here. And what does freedom look like? Freedom to walk our streets without harassment. Freedom to drive without fear. Freedom to cross cities, states, borders, and see the people we love and know we can come home. Freedom to keep our families together and not in detention centers. Freedom to be at home. I want that freedom for all of us. Black immigrants, all of us. The freedom to work, worship, organize, vote, dream, and thrive. Because freedom should never depend on the color of our skin, or where we were born, or the passport we carry, or the legacy of this country, the papers in our pockets. Our freedom belongs to all of us. And with freedom comes possibility. So family, when I ask, what do we deserve? I need you to say freedom. What do we deserve? What do we deserve? That's right. And we will march for it, organize for it, and stand up for it always. We deserve freedom. I'm Patrice with our DocuBlack Network. Thank you for joining me here today.
Let us now welcome Derek Johnson, President and CEO of the NAACP.
63 years ago, people convened on this mall. They were fighting for jobs, justice, and dignity.
We stand here 63 years later with over 300,000 black women who have lost their jobs. We stand here 63 years later with a Supreme Court that lacked the ability to see justice. We stand here 63 years later with people who live in the White House and in Congress that would have us think that it was illegal to be black. But we stand here today recognizing, as many of those who came 63 years later, that the march is only the gathering point for the work. And that we must leave here, not celebrating this moment, but leave here energized and inspired to turn out the vote in November. We recognize that when we vote, we win. We recognize that the black vote is the moral compass of this nation. We recognize that there are those who will try to divide us by putting labels on us, but if we stay focused on our mission based in our history, looking at the future, we will win. In this moment, the rallying cry must be, when we vote, we win. Because at the end of the day, the currency in this democracy is our vote. And we cannot get distracted by this concept that black men are doing this and black women are doing this, because we should never fall into the trap of a us versus us paradigm. It must always be a us for us reality as we fight for it, because when we vote, we win. So as we stand here today in this heat, let's say this together. When we vote, we win. When we vote, we win. When we vote, we win. Peace and power.
Let us now welcome Virginia K. Solomon, President and CEO of Common Cause.
My name is Virginia K. Solomon, and I am the President and CEO of Common Cause, here representing our more than 1 million members around the country. Today, we aren't here just to remember history, we are here to make history. Look around, just as the civil rights leaders of the past stood in the face of authoritarianism in the South and throughout the country, so too do we. We live in a time of military occupation, corruption, conflict, and the dismantling of civil rights. State-sponsored murder by ICE agents and unbridled capitalism. And we are living through white supremacy's desperate last stand. And while it may not feel like it at times, we are winning. The far right knows we're winning, and Donald Trump knows we are winning, and that is why they are desperately trying to weaponize their power against us. But let me tell you something, their power is temporary and ours is permanent, because love always wins. Justice will always prevail, and we will win the fight for voting rights. We will win the fight for economic justice. We will end the corruption of this administration, and we will win the unfinished fight for rights for all of our people. Because this country is ours. And we know when we stand united, we are completely unstoppable. So we are going to show up, we will organize, we will vote. Say it with me, we will vote. And we will fiercely protect the rights of so many others and those who bled to secure our right. So if you're worried about how those in power are trying to disrupt our right to the ballot, one of the most impactful things we can do right now is become an election protection volunteer. So I don't want you to just stop with your vote. I want you to find somebody with a Common Cause t-shirt in this crowd at one of the cooling stations and sign up to become an election protection volunteer in your community so you can help voters navigate the voting process. answer their questions, identify and report issues at polling locations, and help ensure that every eligible voter can cast a ballot without unnecessary barriers. So please, what are we going to do? We're going to find an election protection volunteer, and we will ensure that we are not only voting ourselves, but we are helping others to secure their votes. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Kelly Robinson, President of the Human Rights Campaign.
Hello, my name is Kelly Robinson, and I'm proud to serve as President of the Human Rights Campaign. We are 4 million members strong. We are the largest lesbian, gay, bi, trans, and queer civil rights organization in the nation, and we will be damned if democracy dies on our watch, y'all. Do y'all know Bayard Rustin? In 1963, Bayard Rustin was the lead organizer for the March on Washington. He was black, he was gay, and he organized this in 8 weeks. But still, they left his name out of the history books. Not today. Bayard Rustin, y'all. We are saying his name today. Somebody say Bayard Rustin. Because look, in 1963, hardly anyone was out as gay. Because you could lose your job, your family, or even your life. And yet, we would not be here today without black LGBTQ+ people. There would be no March on Washington without Bayard Rustin. There'd be no Stonewall without Marsha P. Johnson. There would be no Victory and Brown v. Board of Education without Polly Murray, and there wouldn't be a Beyonce, y'all, without Uncle Johnny. So I am here to say with my whole chest, this is our country. We are here, we have always been here, and we are not going anywhere. LGBTQ+ people are 10% of voters. 74 million voters are allied with our communities. When we show up, we win. When we vote, we win. The fight for voting rights and the fight for LGBTQ+ equality are the same fight. So we got to be clear. While we have some rights we have gained today, if we don't keep showing up, we're not going to have them tomorrow. This is more than a march. This is a movement to save our democracy, because my people, LGBTQ+ people, deserve to feel just as safe surrounded by the American flag as we do when we are surrounded by pride flags. Because our dreams are still worth fighting for, because our country is still worth fighting for. So I came here to remind somebody that the power of the people is always greater than the people that are in power. And when we vote, we win. When we show up, we win. We got 67 days to do this, y'all. 67 days to vote, to knock doors, to talk to our neighbors, and to take back our democracy. Are we ready to do that? Are we ready to do that? Then let's get to work, y'all, and let's get free.
Let us now welcome Reverend Dr. George L. Parks, Jr., Division Director of Pastors and Ministers Division of the National Baptist Convention, USA, Incorporated.
Good day, friends. I'm standing today in the place of the Reverend Dr. Boise Kimber on behalf of the National Baptist Convention, USA, Incorporated. Friends, let me remind you that today we are standing on holy ground. This is not holy ground because of Washington, Roosevelt, or Lincoln, but we are standing on holy ground today because of the likes of a Martin Luther King, a Ralph Abernathy, a Mahalia Jackson, and a Bayard Rustin. We are standing on holy ground today because we have unfinished business. This is holy ground because our ancestors challenged America and reminded us of our worth. I want to remind you today that we stand here today not for a moment. We stand here today not simply for a memory, but we use this day as a launching pad for us to get out and vote. So I want to remind you, get out and vote, call your friends, call your family, tap your concentric circles, because holy ground is not a sitting place, but it is a launching place. So when we leave here today, we pick up the phone. When we leave here today, we volunteer for voter rallies. When we leave here today, we know that this is holy ground so we can help somebody else. Have a great day.
Let us now welcome Damien Sneed and Chorale Les Chateaux, singing Lift Every Voice and Sing. Let us now welcome the youth delegation, Ashley Sharpton, NAN Youth Huddle founder, Minister Christian Matthew, NAN Youth and College National President, Chloe McIntyre, Vice President, AUC, NAN Chapter, Yakisha Maddox, NCNW, Hampton, Virginia Chapter, Talik McMillan, NAACP, National Youth Director, and Darrell Coles of the Black Youth Vote.
When they say get back, we say fight back. Get back. Get back. When they say get back, we say fight back. Get back. Get back. My name is Ashley Sharpton. I'm the National Youth and College Director of the National Action Network and co-lead of the March on Washington 2026 Youth and College Coalition. 63 years later, we stand on the historic ground, not just to remember the dream, but to finish the assignment. They say young people are not engaged. Well, look around. Young people and students from all across this nation answered the call and organized to be here today. Clap yourselves up, young people. We understand what is at stake because this is our future. Esther in the Bible was told, who knows whether you have come to the kingdom for such a time as this? Well, this is our time. We stand on the shoulders of Dr. Martin Luther King and Coretta Scott King, Dorothy Height, Shirley Chisholm, Reverend Jesse Lewis and Jacqueline Jackson, Congressman John Lewis, Reverend William Augustus Jones, Hazel Dukes, Wyatt T. Walker, Attorney Michael Hardy, our leader Reverend Al Sharpton, and so many others who carried this movement before us. And we remember young organizers like our own Ousmane Diallo, who stood on this stage with us in 2023, but he is no longer here today. They did their part. Now the assignment is ours. Showing up today was a great step, but we cannot just commemorate history. We have to make our own history. Our voting rights are under attack. Families are struggling to afford everyday life. Equal opportunity is being rolled back, but we have survived too much and come too far to turn around now. They may call check, but they haven't called checkmate. This fight does not and we will not leave the Lincoln Memorial today, not on our assignment. If we are going to build power, we have to stay connected, stay organized, and stay in action. So if you're 40 and under, there should be a QR code. We want you to be in touch with us and engage with us on the coalition. You're going to hear from the leaders of that coalition right now and national youth leaders across this nation, because the future is not coming. The future is here. Now you're going to hear from Chloe McIntyre from the NAN AUC chapter, Daryl Coles from Black Youth Vote, Sophia Farrell from New York State NAACP, Yakaija Maddox from NCNW, Minister Tyleek McMillan from NAACP, Tavia Lee of NAN Howard, and Minister Christian Matthew of the National Action Network. Let's clap them up.
Good morning, family. I say good morning, family. My name is Chloe Irene McIntyre, a senior psychology major, management and organization minor, attending the #1 HBCU in the nation, Spelman College. Now you may wonder why I introduce myself with such power and conviction. But this is the exact standard that matriculating in such a rich environment sets. I humbly serve as the Vice President of the National Action Network AUC Youth and College Chapter. And today I stand here representing the heartbeat of the movement, the young people. We are the generation raised by group chats, campus protests, and the belief that our voices are not just important, they're necessary. We have been educated about our Morehouse brother, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the history made 63 years ago with the March on Washington. Now we're living it. We're not just studying history in our classrooms, now we're standing in it. When I look at this crowd, I see students who left dorm rooms, early classes, and other significant commitments to be here. I see young leaders who understand that advocacy isn't just an extracurricular, it's a full responsibility. And I see a future that refuses to wait its turn. As youth, we bring something special to this movement. Creativity, courage, and a little bit of that unique flavor you can only find in a historically Black institution. We know how to organize, mobilize, and make change go viral. We know how to turn a moment into momentum. And we know that justice isn't a trend, it's a lifelong commitment. Today we march because our communities and our friends deserve safety. We march because our elders and our ancestors fought too hard for us to sit quietly or silently. We march because voting rights, equity, and dignity are non-negotiable. And we march because the future is not something we inherit, it's something that we build. So to every young person here, keep showing up, keep speaking up, keep pushing this nation to be what it promised to be, because the movement continues, and we are the generation making sure it does not stop. So thank you, let's keep marching forward.
Good morning, everyone. Standing here today, I am reminded that history simply does not live in the textbooks, but history lives in the streets that we stand on, and the people who refuse to be silent, and especially in the young people that stand here before us today, changing the world. And that is why I am here today. I am here as a young person, as a student, and as an organizer. When we look back at the March on Washington, we remember the thousands of people who gathered, convened, and made what we have now possible. They marched for jobs, freedom, and equality. But we also have to remember something very important. Many of the people who helped to make the movement possible were our age. We're young, just like we are today. And now it is our turn. Look at your neighbor and say, it is our turn. Our generation is demanding an education that does not leave students drowning in debt, demanding that we have families where we can afford to live with our families, we can afford to live on our own when we graduate, and have a life of equality, economic opportunity, and a government where our voices are heard. Because our voice does matter. Our voice and our organizing which shows power. So do not leave this march simply inspired, but leave this march organized. Figure out what you're going to do next and make it happen. Do not let anyone tell you that you are too young to lead, that you are not the person to do it. You can make the difference, and I'm here to tell you that. We are here, we are organized, we are informed, we are ready, and we are not going anywhere. This generation before us marched so that we have the opportunities that they were denied, and now we do the same for our next generation. It is our turn to march so that the generation after us inherits a country that is more equal and more free. So let's hear it for us, let's hear it for them, and let's remember the past.
Good afternoon, my brothers and sisters. My name is Daryl Coles, National Project Coordinator for Black Youth Vote, a signature program under the umbrella of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. It's truly an honor and pleasure being here with all of you today. Today, we are standing on sacred ground, but we are not here simply to remember history. We are here to continue it. We are here to write into history. Our generation is next up. It's our responsibility to keep the mantle going, and we're standing on shoulders of people that bled and fought and died for our right to be here. So thank you for all you freedom fighters for being here, our brothers and sisters behind us, the next youth leaders, and we will continue on to fight. And thank you to my black youth delegations that's out here that came across the country to speak up truth to power and to keep fighting for millions of young black voters across this country. We will continue the battle, and peace and power, my brothers and sisters.
Good evening. My name is Yakaja Maddox Charles, and I am a fourth-year psychology major on the forensics track with a criminal justice minor, originally from Jacksonville, Florida. And I proudly stand before you as the rechartering president of the Hampton University section of the National Council of Negro Women. But I do not stand here alone. I stand here with my sisters, carrying the sacrifices, prayers, and unfinished work of those who came before me. My connection to this movement is deeply personal because I stand here in honor of my grandmother's legacy. My grandmother was one of Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune's best friends and was invited to attend the Daytona Educational and Industrial Training School for Negro girls. Although she was unable to attend because she had the responsibility of taking care of my mother, I continue her legacy and her pride. This is why I took a leap of faith in continuing through generations at Hampton University to become a dedicated president and member and continue my commitment to serve as an officer and member of the Order of Eastern Star. And thanks to my section, we started with just 3 members, from 3 to 120 active members, to now a total of 245 members who have answered the call to serve advocacy and leadership. We mobilize a new generation of collegiate women who understand that advocacy is more than a social media post. Service is more than a title. Leadership requires action. So my question is, what are we doing with the road that they built for us? Because today, our generation is facing affordable crisis. We are earning degrees while questioning whether we can afford housing, groceries, healthcare, and a future with economic mobility. To many young people, we are struggling to find opportunities to allow them not just to survive, but to live. And we cannot ignore the power connected to our vote and our voices. Because they fought for our right to vote when their voting costed them their jobs, their safety, and sometimes even their lives. They fought for education when they were told that they did not deserve it. They fought for the representation when the country refused to see them, hear them, or make room for them. And our ancestors also fought to access this ballot. We cannot become the generation that take it for granted. Again, young people, we cannot be the generation that takes it for granted. So today, we march to defend the vote, protect civil rights, and representation and demand economic justice. Their sacrifices was not the end of the story. We are the continuation. So let us march, let us vote, let us organize, let us speak, and when the democracy calls our name, may history remember that we answer without fear and touch not our anointing. Thank you.
Good morning, Washington, D.C. My name is Tavia Lee, founder and president emerita of the National Action Network, Howard University chapter. And I stand before you representing the power and promise of the Youth and College Division. We are here because democracy does not defend itself. People defined it. Generations before us marched, organized, sacrificed, and fought so we could have a voice in this country. And now that responsibility belongs to us. The vote is more than a ballot. The vote is more than voice. Let me restart, sorry. The vote is more than a ballot. The vote is our voice. The vote is our power. The vote is our future. At Howard University, we inherit a legacy of leaders who understood that freedom was not simply handed to us. It was organized for, marched for, and fought for. And now it is our turn to lead. For me, this fight is deeply personal. I proudly serve the children of Prince George's County Public School under the leadership of Dr. Sean Joseph, and I have the privilege of teaching extraordinary students at Glendale Elementary School. Every day, I look at their faces and see the future. That is why we're not only defending the vote for those who can cast a ballot, we're defending the vote for children who cannot vote yet. We are protecting their schools, their communities, their opportunities, and their right to inherit a democracy where our voices matter. To every young person listening, do not wait for permission to lead. Register, organize, mobilize, speak up, show out, and vote. When the young people move, movements grow. When young people organize, power shifts. And when young people vote, we change the future. From Howard University to Prince George's County, and from our classrooms to campuses across the nation, we will continue fighting for every voice, every community, and every child coming behind us. We will defend the vote and we will defend the future. Thank you.
Good morning, siblings. How we doing today? This is the time for a new democracy. This is the time for a new democracy. Family, August the 28th is not just a date on the calendar. We chose August the 28th because today, in 1955, a young black boy by the name of Emmett Lewis Till was lynched in Mississippi. He was 14 years old. And nearly 71 years later, we gather again because the lynching of black people in this country did not end when the rope was taken down. But today, we are witnessing the modern day lynching of our rights in this country. We see voting rights stripped away and democracy made harder to attain, and diversity, equity, and inclusion being dismantled right in front of our eyes. We see higher education becoming increasingly unaffordable while our HBCUs are underfunded and under attack simply for being what the first two words in their history profoundly declaim, historically black. We see black men and women, black boys and girls, black non-binary and queer siblings fighting simply for the right to survive, whose lives and deaths demand that we confront the silence that still exists within our own communities. Some of us have been in the house so long that we have forgotten what the storm feels like. And I have come to remind you that we have not yet arrived. We may have black CEOs, we may have black elected officials, but liberation was never tied to the measure of how many seats we can attain. Liberation is measured by whether we, the people, have those sacred words of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So I refuse to believe that this storm is the end of our story. I believe that the power belongs to the people, not to the president, not to a political party, not to a billionaire or a corporation, but we, the people. We are not waiting for history to save us, but we are the storytellers, a new democracy. So when they ask about what this generation did when democracy was under attack, let the record show that we showed up. When they tried to silence us, let the record show that we spoke up. When they told us that freedom was impossible, let the record show that we fought anyway. And show them what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. All power to the people.
No justice, no justice, no justice. What do we want? Make some noise on the Washington Monument, Lincoln Square. I want to close with this, and I want to thank all of my colleagues. They've done a great job. I serve as the National Youth and College President for the National Action Network, and I want to say this. There's a scripture in the Bible that talks about the King Jehoshaphat that was dealing with 3 armies that were against him. And the Bible says that they went before God in silence and in prayer and in meditation, and that they stood looking up to God, asking God, what shall we do? And the Bible says that God told them to send praise and worship singers to praise God in the beauty of holiness. And in the midst of that, the Bible says that God sent ambushment against their enemies. And so my pastor is here today, and she preached a message 2 Sundays ago that said God is going to help us win. And so I want to surrender to you today that God is going to help us win. And that even though it looks like we are going through hell, even though it looks like there were so many trials and challenges and tribulation, that God is going to set up ambushment against the enemy. And what is ambushment? Ambushment is when the enemies turn on themselves. So Trump can do whatever he want to do, but it's going to come your day where your own people are going to turn on themselves. There's going to come a day where all your cabinet members are going to wake up one day and have an epiphany, a revelation like Paul on the road to Damascus, and say, I can't kill any more people. And there's going to come a day where your own people are going to turn on you. And so as we are standing here, I want you to remember that we are seeking God, that we are asking God for his direction, and that at the end of the day, that God is going to help us get through this. God bless you all.
Let us now welcome Yusef D. Jackson, President and CEO of Rainbow Push Coalition.
Thank you. 63 years ago, Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood on the very step below me to remind America that to be a great nation, that nation must keep its promises to its people. At that march in 1963, from all walks of life, ordinary people came. They came not with overwhelming political power or any military force, but by faith. Faith in God's covenant and humanity, that if my people, who are called by my name, would humble themselves and pray, seek my face, turn from their wicked ways, then I'll forgive their sins and heal their land. They came humbly with that covenant in their hearts, and with the faith that the dark past taught them, and with the hope that the present had brought them, that through their sacrifice tomorrow's America would become better than the America we live in today. My father, the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr., committed his life to giving hope to the disenfranchised. He said a great society is measured by how we treat our children in the dawn of life, our elderly in the sunset of life, our sick, poor, and disadvantaged in the sunset and shadows of life. He said that hunger hurts no matter your race, that every child deserves a fair chance, and that when we go forward by hope and not backward by fear, when we reach boldly for coalition based on common ground, when the playing field is even and the rules are very clear, we win. To the over 50 voices who spoke here before me, representing Haitians and immigrants and Jews and Greeks, labor, business, faith, fraternities, sororities, LGBTQ, Latinos, Asian American, and students, to those kids born out of wedlock and raised by their grandma, to those students who got accepted into college but can't afford tuition. He said, you may not have money, but you have dignity. You're God's child. He said, I am somebody. He said, I am somebody. He said, I am somebody. Our coalition is undefeated. We're only vulnerable when we stand alone and divided. We must have the courage to find common ground and hang together, or our adversaries will hang us separately, one at a time. Last time we marched here, we dismantled the legal infrastructure of Jim Crow. We won. We began to close the gaps in health, education, wealth, home ownership, and life expectancy. We won. Economies grew across the South. We won. Perhaps we celebrated too soon. Perhaps we celebrated too long. My generation was born on the second base of civil rights. Not because of our own efforts, but by the grace of God and sacrifice of others. But somehow as the years passed, we get confused to think we actually hit a double. I love the music. We won our freedom, and we tasted the measure of equality. We won. We were late to learn the rights and liberties of eternal vigilance. But we're not going back 100 years. We'll build a new coalition, a new rainbow coalition, brighter and stronger together. We can win again, and together we can win again.
Let us now welcome Mark H. Morial, President and CEO of National Urban League.
Good afternoon, brothers and sisters. I'm Mark Morial, proud to serve as President of the National Urban League. I'm proud to be here today. I was here for the 20th anniversary, the 40th anniversary, the 50th, and the 60th, and now here 63 years after that historic day. Some say that the American people have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, even led astray. That may be true, but not us. You cannot say America first while putting the American people last. You cannot say America first and put billionaires first. You cannot say America first and put bombs first. You cannot say America first while American children sit in underfunded schools, families ration medicine, veterans sleep on the streets, and working people can't afford a home. You cannot say America first while you drive 600,000 black women out of the workforce and attack the principles of fairness and opportunity like diversity, equity, and inclusion. You cannot say America first while you suppress the vote and make it harder for Americans
we say it's time to put the American people first. And let me share what that means. When we put people first, we put our children first. Every child given a chance to rise. When we put people first, it means our health care is first. Nobody going bankrupt because they got sick. When we put people first, it means put our homes first. Because in the richest nation on the earth, working people should be able to afford a roof over their heads. Putting people first means people come first. Good jobs, safe and affordable food, clean water, neighborhoods that are forgotten. The people, not the billionaires. How do we make them put us first? We must put us first. The same way people have always made this nation live up to its promise. The way they did it in Montgomery, the way they did it in Greensboro, the way they did it on the bridge in Selma. When the powerful forgot who really holds the power, we use it, we strategize, we organize, and say we vote. We'll vote this fall like our schools depend on it, because they do. We'll vote this fall like our health care depends on it, because it does. Our democracy depends on it, because it does. And when we ask what got us into this, tell them, remember who we are. When they ask who sent us, tell them the people did. When someone asks what they can do to save this democracy, tell them to vote, to vote, to vote. The ballot is our path to make America great. It's ever been. We must affirm today that we will never go back. It's time for a living wage bill. It's time for an affordable housing strategy. It's time to repeal and replace the big ugly bill. It's time to send the SAVE Act to the graveyard. It's time for us to stand up for an agenda for the American people, and we will not go back. Join me in saying we are here to defend the vote. Say defend the vote. We are here to defend the vote, and let us affirm that we will fight, and we will fight, and we will fight until hell freezes over, and then we'll fight on the ice. God bless you.
Let us now welcome Melanie L. Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, National Convener of the Black Women's Roundtable.
Today, we gather to celebrate the 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington, calling for jobs and freedom. Today, we are here to defend the vote. So what does defend the vote mean? Defending the vote means voting rights for all. Repeat after me, voting rights for all. Justice for all. No unjust wars. Defending the vote means liberation. Say liberation. Defending the vote means public education for all. Defending the vote means workers' rights, women's rights, LGBTQ rights. Defending the vote means diversity, equity, inclusion for all. And lastly, I just stopped by to tell the racist white nationalists, we built this country. We will not be erased. We ain't going nowhere. God is on our side. Power of the ballot. Say it with me. Power of the ballot. Say it with the ballot. Power of the ballot. Power of the ballot. We will remember in November who was with us and who was against us. Power to the people.
Let us now welcome the Honorable Yvette D. Clark, Delegation Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, United States Representative of the New York 9th Congressional District.
By the way, everything you guys do shakes the camera, FYI, so be real careful.
afternoon, everyone. I am Representative Yvette D. Clarke, Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, proudly representing New York's 9th Congressional District, Brooklyn, New York. It is an honor to be here with you all today at the Lincoln Memorial as we honor the 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington. I am joined by the august body of CBC members you see surrounding me today. And we'd like to thank the Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network, as well as Martin Luther King III, Andrea Waters King, and the Drum Major Institute for carrying forward this tremendous legacy. Today is more than a commemoration. It is a call to action. Action. It has been 4 months since the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act of 1965, opening the door to a coordinated attack on the black political power and fair representation across the South. Since the Calais decision came down, Republicans across the country have wasted no time in their zealous pursuit for unbridled power. They have moved with lightning speed to enact new congressional maps in their mid-decade redistricting scheme to seize our power. As we speak, extremist MAGA Republicans at the local, state, and national levels are using every tactic in their arsenal to rob our communities of their right to free and fair elections. Over the past few years, hundreds of bills to restrict voting access have been introduced in states around the country with the aim of closing polling locations and imposing stricter voter ID requirements. Right now, Republicans in Congress are fighting to jam through voter suppression legislation like the so-called Save America Act and the Voter ID Act. But we won't let them do that, will we? We won't let them do that, will we? And just in the past few days, the Supreme Court dealt us another blow, clearing the pathway for Donald Trump to restrict voting by mail ahead of the November elections. So let's be clear. This is an outright power grab. It is about silencing black voices, dismantling majority black districts, and rigging the map in their favor as elections are already underway. For years, we have sounded the alarm as the Voting Rights Act was chipped away piece by piece. Today, the consequences are here, and they are dangerous. Not since Jim Crow have we witnessed such a sweeping and deliberate effort to disenfranchise black voters, but we are not powerless, and we are not backing down. As the young people say, we outside. Each and every progress in this country has been fought for, won through struggle, through resistance, and through the courage of people this nation tried to leave behind. The Voting Rights Act was not handed over freely. It was fought for, organized for, litigated for, and ultimately won through the blood and sacrifices of black Americans who demanded better from their country. As a nation, we are being called to that same courageous fight today. We owe it to the generations who came before us, to Dr. King, to our colleague, Congressman John Lewis, and so many others, to the freedom fighters who faced dogs, batons, fire hoses, and jail cells so that we could have a voice today. And we owe it to the generations that are coming after us, the now generation. We deserve a country where their vote is protected, their voice is heard, and their future is not determined by those who fear their power or their place in American history. This fight is nothing short of the future of American democracy itself. And the Congressional Black Caucus will meet this challenge head on as we have time and again on behalf of the communities we serve. So to anyone who thinks we will be discouraged, to anyone who believes that we will be silenced, to anyone who hopes we'll sit down in this moment, they are mistaken. A setback is just an opportunity for a comeback. And we have no intention of allowing MAGA Republicans to drag us backwards. So when November comes, and in some states, Early vote is already beginning. Ballots are coming in the mail. We will show up in numbers too big to ignore, too powerful to suppress. Because our history has taught us that progress is never given. It is fought for and won. We gonna win, y'all. Are we gonna win, y'all? Yeah. Are we gonna win, y'all? Yeah. That is the legacy that we've inherited. And that is the legacy we intend to protect. We are still here. We are still fighting. And together, we will win. So to everyone out here today, let us gear up. Let us get ourselves together. Let's do the work and let's win. God bless you and God keep you in the days ahead.
Let us welcome the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Democratic Leader, United States Representative, New York 8th Congressional District.
Good afternoon. It's a high honor and a distinct privilege to stand with my colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus, Reverend Sharpton, the King family, the National Action Network, and the civil rights community as we commemorate the 63rd anniversary of the March on Washington and prepare for the battles ahead. We certainly have come a long way in the United States of America, but we still have a long way to go. These are challenging times in this country right now. We have a hater in the White House, a reckless and costly war of choice raging in the Middle East, a Supreme Court that's out of control. Black unemployment is up, black home ownership is down, and black political representation is under assault with Jim Crow-like tactics all throughout the South. Challenging times. Wickedness in high places, but we're not distressed because our community knows how to make a way out of no way. We're facing a crossroads right now here in the United States of America. The question is, which direction will we choose? We want to move America forward. The extremists are trying to turn back the clock. We're working hard to bring people together. The extremists are tearing the country apart. We believe in truth and reconciliation. The extremists want to erase our history, but black history is American history. Our story will never be erased. Come on. That's right. That's right. And so we come today in the spirit of Frederick Douglass. We come today in the spirit of Sojourner Truth. We come today in the spirit of Jackie Robinson. We come today in the spirit of Rosa Parks. We come today in the spirit of Martin Luther King Jr. We come today in the spirit of Muhammad Ali. We come today in the spirit of Fannie Lou Hamer. We come today in the spirit of Adam Clayton Powell Jr. We come today in the spirit of Shirley Chisholm, and we come today in the spirit of the great John Lewis, because it's time for us to get into some good trouble. Yeah. Necessary trouble. Good trouble. We fight for liberty and justice for all. We fight for equal protection under the law. We fight for free and fair elections. We fight for work, wages, and wealth creation. We fight for jobs and freedom. We fight for racial justice. We fight for economic justice. We fight for social justice. We fight for civil rights. And we fight to pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act so we can end the era of voter suppression in the United States of America once and for all. So let's continue to show up, to stand up, and to speak up, to make this country the best version of herself. And when we do, together, I'm confident that we will win the day, win the week, win the month, win the year, win the hearts and minds of the American people, and then on November 3rd, win back control of the United States House of Representatives so we can end this national nightmare and continue our march toward a more perfect union. God bless you.
Yes, yes.
Let us now welcome Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley, President and CEO of the National Council of Negro Women.
Good afternoon, D.C. I stand before you today as the proud President and CEO of the National Council of Negro Women, founded by none other than Dr. Mary McLeod Bethune. Standing before you in the spirit of the iconic Dorothy Irene Height, who 63 years ago today stood on these steps in this proud moment in American history. Now, the only woman's voice that day was the melodic voice of Mahalia Jackson. But although Dorothy didn't have a microphone on stage, she built a movement in the streets. A movement of black women who still stand and understand this assignment. The assignment fostered by Bethune's boldness, Dorothy's dedication, and Rosa's resistance. That NCNW is still here. Black women, we are still here. And now we've got the microphone. Because the work is not finished yet. My brothers and sisters, we find ourselves once again having to defend the most fundamental right of our country. And for this, we've gathered on this sacred ground where our ancestors called us to continue. Now, Dr. Height understood something that we understand today, that a march cannot be the end of a movement. So the simple question we have for you today is, after the march, then what? After the speeches, then what? After the signs come down and we leave D.C., what are we going to do? Well, I can tell you what black women are going to do. We're going to organize. We're going to mobilize. We're going to educate. We're going to activate. We're going to demonstrate. And most of all, we're going to agitate this country. And I'm proud to announce this. With the partnership of the Black Women's Leadership Collective, we are going to register 1 million new black voters by 2028 to get ready for both elections. And we will do this through Power Up, Ready to Vote, because protecting democracy requires more than just telling somebody to go vote. We'll be preparing you for your precincts, making sure that every black voter knows where to vote, what time to vote, and how to vote. We're going to work to overperform at the polls, where every eligible high school senior, every first-time voter on a college campus or in community knows where to go. And we're going to knock on doors in every district where families live, worship, and play until we can't knock anymore. And when somebody tries to suppress you, when someone tries to intimidate or confuse you, we will stand in the face of our enemy to say, no weapon formed against this movement shall ever prosper. And as I close, don't confuse progress with permanence. You see, rights that have been fought for can be weakened. Protections that have been won have already been taken away. But my brothers and sisters, we are that generation that the ancestors dreamed of, that generation that benefited from the backs of those through chattel slavery. We are that generation with young people behind us ready to step up and show out. So when the history asks a question, what did we do when voting rights were threatened? What did we do when they attempted to stop us? Let the record reflect. Black women stood up. Black brothers showed up. And black people powered up. Now let the record reflect that we, the people, are standing one nation under God, with liberty and justice for all. We've got justice on our side. But most importantly, my brothers and sisters, we've got God on our side. So when they pipe up, pipe back and tell them, we're ready to go to work.
Let us now welcome the Honorable Abigail D. Spanberger, Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia.
Good afternoon. I am Abigail Spanberger, and I am proud to serve as the 75th Governor of the Commonwealth of Virginia. I was sworn into office in January of this year, and about 6 months into my administration, we made a little news. You see, I had taken the action of restoring the voting rights of 66,000 Virginians. People who had previously been convicted of a felony, had served their time, returned home, and simply wanted the dignity of being able to fully participate in our democracy. The right to vote is about more than a ballot. It's about whether we believe that every person should have a voice in our democracy, and I do. It's about whether we believe our fellow citizens deserve the dignity of being heard, and I do. It's about whether we believe that we can create change when we unite our voices, and I do. And it's about whether we believe that our votes matter, and I know we all do. Right now, in 2026, Virginia is one of 3 states in this country that permanently strips voting rights from citizens with felony convictions. And one person alone has the authority to restore those rights: the governor. The governor has the sole discretion over whether the restoration process is transparent or done behind closed doors, whether it is easy to apply or deliberately complicated. The governor has the sole discretion over whether the voices of some Virginians can be heard at the ballot box. And my friends, make no mistake, that system, that process is a shameful relic of Virginia's Jim Crow past. In our democracy, our vote is how we make our voices heard. And the proof of that is in the fact that people have worked so hard throughout history to deny others the vote, to silence their voice. So let me tell you about Sam Harris, a Virginian I am proud to say now has the right to vote again. I called him in the days after we restored his rights, and he spoke of his pride in being able to cast a ballot, to use his voice. He spoke of the responsibility he feels to ensure his young daughter understands just how important voting is. And he spoke with reverence for his restored right to vote because it's, quote, something my ancestors died for. Because for as long as there have been people trying to silence others, there have been generations of Americans fighting for the rights of others. And that is true in Virginia. It was in Fredericksburg, Virginia, where the Freedom Riders made their very first stop on their way south. It was in Richmond, Virginia, the former capital of the Confederacy, that Dorothy Irene Height was born. She became an essential leader for civil rights, and 63 years ago, she stood on this platform as Dr. King delivered his dream for our country. And 26 years later, it was in counties across our Commonwealth that Virginians elected L. Douglas Wilder, the first black governor in the United States of America. This history continues today because right now, in the oldest legislative body in the Western Hemisphere, Virginia has elected a record number of black legislators. And we have elected a record number of women. Virginia has our first black Speaker of the House, and in 2025, Virginians elected our first black Attorney General. We elected the nation's first Muslim woman to statewide office as our Lieutenant Governor, and we elected our first woman governor. All of that happens because of voting, because of people using their voices at the ballot box. And despite all of the wonderful progress we have made, this struggle is not over. The work is not done. In just the last few years alone, the United States Supreme Court has dismantled so many of the protections provided by the Voting Rights Act. States across the country have used that opening to make it harder to vote, closing polling places, purging voter rolls, erecting new barriers where the old ones were supposed to have been torn down. And we have a president who continues to lie repeatedly, verifiably, shamelessly about the results of an election he lost. We have a president and a complicit Congress who have used those lies to justify efforts to undermine the basic machinery of American democracy and keep Americans from voting. And it is shameful because the people trying to stop their fellow Americans from voting in the same cynical project are trying to take away our health care, cut the SNAP benefits that feed hungry children, and pull dollars out of our kids' schools, all while trying to silence the voices of dissent that are most powerfully heard at the ballot box. To the Virginians here on the National Mall and to those watching at home, this November, we have the power to right a wrong in our Commonwealth. If you believe, as I do, that someone who has paid their debt to society and is working hard to create a new life deserves the dignity of having their right restored, vote yes on Virginia's constitutional amendment to ensure automatic restoration of voting rights into the future. Now, when I began speaking, I said that 6 months into my term, we had restored the rights of 66,000 eligible Virginians. Well, here is an update for you. As of 2 p.m. yesterday, my administration had restored the rights of 100,000 eligible Virginians. As we leave this place, let us view today's call to action, to organize, to vote, to believe, and even dream as our responsibility to ourselves, to our children, and to our ancestors. So let me ask you, do you believe that every person should have a voice in our democracy? Do you believe our fellow citizens deserve the dignity of being heard? Do you believe that we can create change when we unite our voices? And do you believe that our votes matter? Well then, my fellow Americans, let's vote this November and let's win.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Damon T. Hewitt, President and Executive Director of Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law.
Good afternoon, civil rights. Good afternoon, America. We are here. We've been here. We're going to be here. I am Damon Hewitt, President of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, an organization founded in that pivotal summer of 1963. Y'all, that was a heck of a summer, a heck of a year. The March on Washington, we lost 4 little girls in Birmingham later that year. President Kennedy was assassinated. Medgar Evers was assassinated in the driveway of his own home. But just days after that, JFK convened leading lawyers from around the country to the White House to get into the game on civil rights. That created the organization I now lead, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. So in 1963, we had elected officials obstructing justice and civil rights. We had black civil rights workers and white allies in fear of our safety and our livelihoods. We had racist elements in government and in the private sector running roughshod over everything we hold dear. That was 1963, but that's also right now. We are in a 1963 moment. We are having our votes suppressed, our voices suppressed. We're being gerrymandered out of existence. The question is, what are we going to do about it? My friends, we cannot just fight back. We also have to fight forward. What got us here will not get us there. At the Lawyers Committee, we fight inside and outside the courts. Litigation, advocacy, policy, working with organizers, because we need all hands on deck to push this fight forward. Here's what I want to leave you with. This election season, but round the clock, round the year, do not take your votes or your voices for granted. Use everything you have in your power to be heard. Register, make a plan, vote. Use the resources like election protection and the 866 I Vote hotline for help. But keep this in mind. all the things they've been trying to do to us, some of them may feel new, some may feel familiar. But this is not the end of our story. Say it with me. This is not the end of our story. If you believe that, if you say that, and you act like you know, then we will fight and we will win. Love you.
Let us now welcome Janae Nelson, President and Director Counsel of the Legal Defense Fund.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Thank you for staying in this heat. We are so glad to see you. I'm Janae Nelson, President and Director Counsel of the Legal Defense Fund. We have been fighting to build a multiracial democracy brick by brick for the past 86 years since we were founded by Thurgood Marshall. Last October, I had the honor to represent black voters from Louisiana in the Supreme Court to present their vision for an inclusive democracy that delivers for everyone. But in that case, Louisiana versus Calais, that Supreme Court rejected that vision. They rejected that vision in favor of a vision that draws black voters out of districts, in favor of a vision that makes states that have some of the highest populations of black people have little to no representation in the halls of power. They adopted a vision that silences black voices and suppresses black votes. But you know what? We're here today because we have a whole different vision. And that vision is as clear as the vision that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. presented 63 years ago when he told us about his dream. Our vision will be real. Our vision is a democracy where we have full and fair access to the ballot, where we have economic freedom, where we have safe food and good health care and access to real jobs. Our vision is for a democracy where power is shared, dignity is sacred, and thriving is the standard for everyone. Let me tell you how we're going to make that vision real. As I want to break it down because every one of us, everyone within earshot has a job to do. We need to get real. Register to vote, but don't just get registered. Don't just check your registration. By September 15th on National Voter Registration Day, you need to make sure 10 other unregistered people are registered and prepared to vote. Engage in your elections. Go to pollworker.org and become a poll worker for this election. Go to ldf.vote and sign up to be a poll monitor. We have to engage in our elections. Democracy is not a state. As John R. Lewis said, democracy is an act. Agitate. Agitate. Go to your city council meeting, your school board meeting, your budget meetings, and make your peaceful presence heard. We have to show up and show out if we want to save this democracy. And finally, the last part of making our vision real is to leave no power on the table. We're not just going to vote in the upcoming midterms. We are going to vote year-round. We are going to make sure that we get our votes out. Thurgood Marshall said that this is our democracy. Make it, protect it, pass it on. Thank you.
Let us now welcome Yolanda King, Andrea Waters King, President of the Drum Major Institute, and Martin Luther King III, Chairman of the Board of the Drum Major Institute.
Good afternoon. 63 years ago, hundreds of thousands of people came to this place because they believed America would be better than America was. They marched because they had a dream, but they also marched because they had a demand. And today, 63 years later, my generation has inherited both the dream and the demand. So today, I have 3 words for my generation. Get ready, get set, and let's go. Because this is our leg of the race. This weekend, I will be moving into my college dorm. Most of my friends I grew up with, the people I went to school with, laughed with, studied with, stressed over exams with, have already moved into college campuses and started this new chapter of their lives. We are unpacking boxes, meeting roommates, finding our classrooms, trying to figure out where the dining hall is, trying to figure out who we are going to become. But while we are beginning a new chapter in our own lives, America is writing a new chapter too. And my generation has to decide what that chapter will say. Because we are not just going to college to prepare for careers. We are coming of age at a moment when we have to prepare for history. Get ready. My grandfather was 34 years old when he stood at the Lincoln Memorial in 1963 and told America about his dream. I never met him. I never met my grandmother, Coretta Scott King, but I know something they both understood. A dream without work is just a wish. The March on Washington wasn't just one speech. It wasn't just one man, and it certainly just wasn't a day. It was thousands and thousands of ordinary people deciding to do something extraordinary together. People rode buses through the night. People missed work. People risked their jobs. People risked their safety, and some risked their lives. They came because they understood something we still need to understand today. Freedom is not a spectator sport. You cannot watch democracy from the sidelines. You cannot scroll your way to justice. You cannot just repost your way to freedom. You cannot just wait for somebody else to save democracy that belongs to you. Get ready. Recently, I was listening to a podcast with my mother, and Johann Gregory, the son of the legendary Dick Gregory, shared something his father taught him that stayed with him. He said that we have to stop thinking about freedom and justice like a 50-yard dash, or even in a 100-yard dash. This is a marathon run as a relay. Think about that. A marathon run as a relay. That means nobody is expected to run the whole race. My grandfather didn't. My grandmother didn't. John Lewis didn't. Fannie Lou Hamer didn't. Bayard Rustin didn't. Dorothy Height didn't. The countless people whose names we will never know didn't. They ran their leg. They passed on the baton. That is how movements work. That is how democracy survives. Generation after generation, hand to hand, heart to heart, courage to courage. And now the baton is in our hands. Get set. My grandmother used to say that struggle is a never-ending process and that freedom is never really won. You have to earn it and win it in every generation. Well, Grandma, here we are. This generation has arrived. And yes, we have all heard all the things people say about Gen Z. That we're distracted, that we're always on our phones, that our attention spans are too short, that we're too insensitive, that we're cynical, that we don't care. And I don't believe that. I think my generation cares so much that sometimes we don't know what to do with all of it. We have grown up watching school shootings in real time. We have watched children practice active shooter drills before they were old enough to spell democracy. We lived through a pandemic. We watched George Floyd call out for his mother. We have watched wars and human suffering unfold on screens we carry in our pockets. We have inherited a planet of crisis. We have seen hatred amplified by algorithms and lies travel around the world through the truth, before the truth could ever be seen. And we have watched rights that generations before us fought to secure come under attack. So don't tell me my generation doesn't care. We care. The question is whether we will turn that caring into courage, whether we will turn our anxiety into action, whether we will turn our outrage into organizing, whether we will turn our posts into purpose, whether we will turn our fellow followers into fellow citizens, and whether we will turn our generation into a movement. Get set, because we have work to do. We will be the generation that protects the right to vote. We will be the generation that refuses to accept gun violence as normal. We will be the generation that confronts racism, anti-Semitism, sexism, homophobia, xenophobia, Islamophobia, and every ideology that tries to convince us that some human beings matter more than others. From a young age, my parents have always taught me the power of affirmation. And so today I affirm that we will be the generation that fights poverty, not poor people. We will be the generation that chooses the planet over profit. We will be the generation that understands that democracy does not belong to solely Democrats nor Republicans, but rather democracy belongs to the people. And we will be the generation that chooses democracy over division, truth over propaganda, community over chaos, and love over hate. And when I say love, I don't mean the sentimental love, not the passive love, but rather the love that is powerful, the love that is disciplined, the love that is courageous, the love that refuses one to succumb to hatred, the love that organizes, the love that votes, the love that marches, the love that serves, and the love that shows up. Because nonviolence was never about doing nothing. Nonviolence is about refusing to surrender your humanity while fighting with everything you have for justice. And so, let us go. Go register. Go vote. Go organize. Go volunteer. Go serve. Go build. Go create. Go disrupt injustice. Go sit at tables where decisions are made. And when there isn't a seat for you, bring your own chair. And when there isn't a table, build one. And when somebody tells you that you're too young, remind them that young people have always changed the world. The students who sat at the lunch counters were young. The freedom riders were young. John Lewis was 23 years old when he spoke at the March on Washington. My grandfather was only 34. They didn't wait until someone told them they were old enough to lead. Neither will we. I do believe that we will be a great generation. But being a great generation is not something we get to declare. It is something we have to prove. We prove it by what we build, We prove it by who we protect. We prove it by whether we show up when someone else's rights are threatened. We prove it by refusing to confuse popularity with leadership. We prove it by understanding that justice is not something that we inherit. Justice is something we practice. 63 years ago, my grandfather told America, "I have a dream." Today, I want my generation to say something back. We hear you. We know the dream was never finished. And we know you were never asking us to simply remember you. You were asking us to continue. So we will. We will pick up the baton. We will restore the dream when voting rights are weakened. We will restore the dream when hatred tries to divide us. We will restore the dream when children are afraid to go to school. We will restore the dream when people are treated as less than human because of their race, religion, gender, immigration status, whom they love, how much money they have, or where they were born. We will restore the dream. And when somebody tells us the problems are too big, the divisions are too deep, the system is too broken, and our generation is too young, we will tell them, watch us. Because the people who marched here 63 years ago did not just give us a finished dream. They gave us a baton. And a baton is something you do not just simply frame and hang on a wall. You run with it. So to my generation, get ready. Know your history. Know what was sacrificed for you. Know that freedom was never free. Know and get set. Find your purpose. Find your people. Find the place where your gifts meet the needs of the world. And then go. Run your leg. Run it with courage. Run it with joy. Run it with love. Run it for the people who came before you. Run it for the people running beside you. And run it for the generations we may never live to see. I'd like to close my remarks by a quote that my grandfather once said. He said, "When evil people plot, good people must plan. When evil people burn and bomb, good people must build and bind. When evil people shout ugly words of hatred, good people must commit themselves to the glories of love. Where evil people would seek to perpetuate an unjust status quo, good people must seek to bring into being a real order of justice." And so, I'm here to remind you today that we will be a great generation. And let us not forget that one day, freedom will ring. May God bless you all.
Good afternoon. You know, as we observe this 63rd anniversary, I want to first thank all the parents and those who are teaching our children, because a nation is judged by how it treats its most precious resource. And certainly, our children are our most precious resource. Today, we have the opportunity to know history, because the people that do not remember it are doomed to repeat the mistakes of the past. Unfortunately, we are in the midst of a disgraceful attempt by some politicians to return our nation to the days of unchecked racism, murder, selfishness, and greed. On March 31st, 1968, my father, Martin Luther King Jr., delivered his final sermon at the Washington National Cathedral, entitled Remaining Awake Through a Great Revolution. For those of you who are not familiar with that story, it's about a man named Rip Van Winkle who fell asleep for 20 years and didn't recognize what had transpired during his nap. In that message, Dad stated, the real tragedy of the tale wasn't that Rip slept for 20 years. The tragedy was that he missed the opportunity to affect change in his community. During a major transition from King George to President George Washington. Well, it's now 2026, and we have dictator wannabes who try to minimize, with a silly focus on semantics, the vital importance of our being aware or awake, if you will, to the many unjust and inhumane changes taking place now and over the last 20 years. We thank God that our ancestors repeatedly woke up building this nation. They woke up with courage and faith to speak truth to power and get into the kind of good trouble that the late John Lewis talked about, that helped to open doors for the marginalized across the country, regardless of race, age, or gender. The fact that we still have to fight to maintain and renew voting rights in this country is beyond abysmal and a truly national disgrace. If some don't change their ways, it won't be long before we all experience the discomfort of the divine judgment that God has promised. If we turn back to him with obedience and to his will, to God's will, mercy and grace can indeed protect and keep us from killing one another. Three of the major transformations that Dad prophetically spoke about in 1968 are the same concerns we face today. We have a technology revolution driven by automation. We have data centers and driverless cars, but minimal support for local farmers, certain school systems, military veterans, poor neighborhoods, senior citizens, and single parents. We need to be asking, what is wrong with us? We are much better than the behavior we are exhibiting. Secondly, he said that we have a weaponry revolution that includes the ability to annihilate one another from the world. And many times over, if we fail to seek God's wisdom to lead with love. My mother, Coretta Scott King, said that nonviolence is really the only credible response to the violence that we are seeing around the world. She was right about it both then and now. We cannot forget the occasions like May 4th of 1963, when the children in Kelly Ingram Park were marching down the streets of Birmingham, and Bull Connor said, turn on the hoses to the firemen. And the only thing that came out were drips of water. That was God's divine intervention. And when those children left, the fire hoses were restored, which was knocking people all over the ground. Nothing less than the power of God in answered prayer. The third comparison that Dad made in his sermon was that Rip Van Winkle slept through a nationwide freedom explosion. In 1863, President Abraham Lincoln was pressured into signing the Emancipation Proclamation. However, it took the great state of Texas over 2 years to enact that legislation and abide by the law. Therefore, it is imperative that we keep celebrating Juneteenth and teaching our rich pre- and post-slavery history worldwide. Our challenge is that no matter how hard some may try to reverse the political process, we must remain diligent and politically involved on a variety of levels. Voting is our reasonable service and appreciation for the sacrifice of community and political servant leaders. Regardless of our party affiliation, we must vote for those with strong moral character and leadership ability. You see, it only takes, Dad showed us, and Mom, a few good human beings to bring about change. All of the marches and demonstrations were not massive like the March on Washington in 1963. It was just a few dedicated foot soldiers and men and women who marched and put their lives on the line so that we would have some of the rights we have today, although it feels like the clock is being turned back. In this age of unlimited communications, imagine if we put down the phone for just a minute and politely go out and talk to our neighbors without getting all up in the business. We need to look out for one another in the way our grandparents used to do back in the day. Too many of us have been and are being murdered or going missing in broad daylight. And it's not just in the South, by the way. Now is the time to urgently employ godly wisdom, situational awareness, and common sense while trusting our Creator to speak to our hearts. This is the season to reject the spirit of anxiety and fear by personally becoming and teaching our children to daily become engaged. There were three major revolutions taking place in 1968. And there were three challenges that Dad espoused during that sermon. The first was the need to adopt a worldview. As much as some of us are caught up in materialism, classism, feeling perhaps a little bit too special because we live in gated communities, it's always a mistake to forget that but for the grace of God, there go I. All of humanity, indeed, is tied in a single garment of destiny, and karma regarding how we treat one another, including the humanity of immigrants, is real. There's a saying, the chickens have so-called come to roost from time to time on one occasion or another because of the seeds that America has sown around the world. But to walk humbly before God, to show the kind of wisdom and love for humanity that would cause God to be pleased with all of us. The second thing Dad called for was an end of racism and poverty. Over 63 years ago, yet here we are in 2026, fighting the same calculated plan to economically disadvantage black and brown people educationally, limit the sharing of our rich pre- and post-history, address the persistent home training of young children, because some of them are becoming future racists based on fear and a false sense of superiority. I won't bother here to fully address it all, but address the madness of those who are so full of low self-esteem that they have a kind of coon alert put on them. The final challenge that Dad put forth in the sermon is the need for us to reject inevitability. The future may not look bright at this particular moment, but we don't have to worry if we have a personal relationship with God. Don't worry. Certainly we have to pray. We have to watch, pray, and act, in fact. And that's what this is about. Not just watching and praying, but acting. So human progress, Dad said, does not roll in on the wheels of inevitability. It requires the tireless work of dedicated people of all races willing to stand up for justice. Like Medgar Evers did. Like Malcolm X did. Like Julian Bond did. Like so many other nameless individuals did. Dad used to call them foot soldiers. Reverend C.T. Vivian got knocked to the ground for refusing voting rights. But he immediately got back up and said, we're going to register today because this is our God-given right. Fannie Lou Hamer used to talk about she was sick and tired of being sick and tired, and so many of us may be that. But she never gave up. And many congresspersons, the late, great Shirley Chisholm, Congresswoman today, Auntie some call her Maxine Waters. Many courageous people, Al Green, who's leaving Congress, epitomizes courage every day, and many other fearless and elected appointed officials. Claudette Colvin, don't know if you remember the name, but Claudette Colvin refused to give up her seat on the Alabama bus at 15 years old because she said history had glued her to the seat. This courageous young girl was arrested and labeled a juvenile delinquent several months before Rosa Parks was arrested. just brilliant when you think about it. In 1967, my father asked a question in his last book, where do we go from here, chaos or community? Dad told us that the ultimate measure of a man and a woman was not where you stand in times of comfort and convenience, but where you stand in times of challenge and controversy. On some questions, cowardice asks, is a position safe? Expediency asks, is a position politic? Vanity asks, is a position popular? But that something that embedded deep in our souls asks, is a position right? We must take those positions that may not be safe, that may not be popular, that may not be political. But God knows we must take them because our consciences are telling them they are right. We still have to refuse hatred and violence in favor of what he called the high plane of dignity and discipline. We must meet potential physical violence with the more powerful spiritual force. And then we got to wipe out those triple evils of poverty, racism, and violence. I never thought I'd live in a time where companies and a human being had accumulated over $1 trillion. And yet not one of them has said we're going to dedicate some of these $1 trillion to wipe out poverty. We could, if we chose to, wipe it out tomorrow. But the nation is not choosing that. We have to stand up and demand the things that are good, just, and right for all people. So I say to you in closing, and as I close, I got to recognize my classmate who has done so much in the film and television industry over the years, my classmate from Morehouse College of 1979, Brother Spike Lee. I got to say, always good to see Brother Spike Lee. But I say to you, don't get tired. I know we are tired. I know we are beat down. I know we don't know what else to say or do, but I am no ways tired. Why? Because we come much too far from where we started. You see, no one ever told any of us that our roads would be easy. But what I know is our God did not bring any of us this far to leave us. Thank you, and God bless you.
Let us now welcome the President and founder of National Action Network, the Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton.
No justice, no justice, no justice. All right. Let me say that as we have gathered here today, by the thousands, I'm looking all under the trees and all of you that have come, many far, some near. 10 buses left Houston, Texas. Many from other states. I don't want to get in a roll call. But we come 63 years later because it is clear to us that in 63, when they came to this spot, they came because there was segregation. They came because there was denial of human equality. They came because we could not vote. Because they gathered nationally in 63. We went back to the South. We went back in the northern areas, and we organized. And what we must do today with all the thousands that is here, go back, and we're going on a tour together to organize. We must turn this country upside down with those elected officials that are taking for us the right to vote. The Cater decision by the Supreme Court shot a bullet in the heart of voting rights. But they don't understand we're not going back. We will not let them turn back the hand of time. They can turn back the clock, but they can't turn back time. And if we go and organize and go home like they did, August 28, 1963, and organize, we can put a handicap on the most biased, bigoted presidency that we've seen in a long time. Let me be clear. 3 things we march for today. Voting rights, which has been stripped. Affordable health care, which has expired. And we fight for diversity, equity, and inclusion, where we must be considered at the workplace and at the executive hall and in government agencies. So I encourage you to stay online with us so we can lay out where we're going and how we're going. We're going to march to the Martin Luther King Memorial, but I've invited some special guests that's going to speak to us, and then we're going to march. Let me say that if there are those that are of another persuasion watching, don't pervert the dream, because after you dream, you wake up. And you confuse those of us that have dreamed a dream with being woke. We're woke with the dream. Don't apologize for being woke. Apologize for dreaming and staying in the bed. Apologize for dreaming and laying there acting like you are all of that. We are woke because we woke up with a dream in mind, and we're in Washington, D.C. to proclaim the dream is still alive. Lastly, someone said to me, Reverend Al, y'all are going to have it at Lincoln Memorial? I said, yes, we're going to have it where Dr. King and others stood. They said, but they are changing and they're doing things to the reflection pool. I said, well, that to me is equal to what is happening in the White House. They're trying to find something wrong with our reflections. They don't want us to reflect. That's why they're taking black history out of schools. They don't want us to reflect. That's why they're taking our names and pictures down at the Pentagon. They don't want us to reflect, because they don't want us to see that despite slavery and economic exploitation and segregation, we rose and became president of the United States. They don't want us to reflect. Ain't nothing wrong with that pool. You got the wrong people working on the pool. And we got the wrong people working on reflections. We reflect today freedom fighters. We reflect today color barriers. We reflect today at the reflection pool that we didn't win a bid. We won a mission, and we're going to stand up and not fight back. Let me bring first a man that has fought this fight, who has stood for progressive politics when it wasn't popular. In 1984, he supported Jesse Jackson for president, and now he is one of the key figures in American political life. He wanted to be here with us, and I wanted him to have words for us. From the state of Vermont, Senator Bernie Sanders.
Let me thank Reverend Sharpton and the National Action Network for organizing this event, for allowing me to say a few words to you, and let me thank all of you for being here in this very dangerous moment in American history. 63 years ago, 250,000 Americans descended upon this very location for what is now recognized as one of the most significant events in the modern history of our country, the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. As a young man, young college student at that time, I had the fortune to get on a bus from the University of Chicago to attend that event and experience a day that I have never forgotten and which has had a lasting impact on my life. And when we think back upon that extraordinary day, it is important that we remember not only Dr. King's unforgettable "I Have a Dream" speech, but we also remember the context in which that speech took place. We must never forget the extraordinary courage of the people who marched, who organized, who went to jail, who faced dogs and fire hoses, who risked their lives and in far too many cases gave their lives to secure a more just and equitable America. Because of that movement, segregation was dismantled. The Civil Rights Act was passed. The Voting Rights Act was passed. The Fair Housing Act was passed. Millions of Americans gained rights and freedoms that had been denied to them solely because of the color of their skin. Tragically, that dream of a more just and equitable society has never been under greater threat than it is right now. Today we have a president who, along with the Supreme Court members he appointed, is carrying out the most significant assault on voting rights since segregation, targeting virtually every aspect of the electoral system. He is seeking to purge voter rolls and obtain sensitive voter data, restrict mail-in votes and early voting, redraw congressional districts for partisan advantage, and deploy federal agents around polling places. He has undermined faith in American elections by falsely claiming that he won the 2020 election, and he goes around the country claiming that there are hundreds of thousands of undocumented immigrants who vote in our elections, which is an absolute lie. Bottom line, Donald Trump is an authoritarian who is deliberately trying to destroy faith in American democracy, create confusion, sow mistrust in our elections, and make it harder for Americans to vote. But Dr. King's dream is under threat in other ways as well. Dr. King understood that political freedom and economic freedom are inseparable. And that is why the March on Washington was not simply a march for voting rights, as enormously important as that was. It was the March on Washington for jobs and freedom. As Dr. King, a strong ally of the trade union movement, famously said, quote, "What good is having the right to sit at a lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger?" And let us never, ever forget, Dr. King was assassinated in 1968 while he was in Memphis, Tennessee, standing with exploited sanitation workers who were attempting to organize a union. Let us be clear. It's not only voting rights that are under assault today. That part of Dr. King's dream, the dream of genuine economic freedom, is also under unprecedented attack. Today, we have more income and wealth inequality than at any moment in American history. Today, 60% of our people live paycheck to paycheck, struggling to afford groceries, health care, housing, education, and the very basic necessities of life. And while this economic crisis impacts all of our people, all races, creeds, and people in every corner of our country, it continues to disproportionately affect the black community. Black Americans continue to face higher rates of poverty, shorter life expectancy, lower rates of home ownership, greater exposure to environmental hazards, and enormous disparities in access to capital and economic opportunities. Trump's devastating cuts to health care, education, Head Start, and other programs have only made a very bad situation even worse. My friends, 63 years ago, Dr. King stood at this location and inspired all Americans, people of every color, every religion, every background, to stand together in the struggle for racial and economic justice. And as you all well know, the message he delivered back in 1963 is as true today as it was back then. Yes, black and white, Latino and Asian, people of all races, religions, and backgrounds must come together now in the fight for justice. We must never accept an economy in which so few have so much while so many have so little. An economy in where one man now owns more wealth than the bottom 50% of American households. Billionaires must start paying their fair share of taxes. We must never accept a corrupt campaign finance system which allows wealthy campaign contributors to undermine our democracy and buy elections. We must get rid of that disastrous Supreme Court decision, Citizens United. We must get super PACs out of the political process. We must move to public funding of elections. Brothers and sisters, we must never accept a system in which millions of workers continue to earn starvation wages and are denied the right to join unions. We must raise the minimum wage to a living wage at least $20 an hour. And we must pass the PRO Act, making it easier for workers to join unions. We must never accept a health care system designed to make huge profits for the insurance companies and the pharmaceutical industry. Health care is a human right. We must join every other major country on earth and guarantee health care to every man, woman, and child through a Medicare for all single-payer program. We must never accept a situation in which a handful of big tech oligarchs push their AI agenda down the throats of the American people, threatening millions of our jobs, our privacy rights, the mental health of our children, and the very future of humanity. AI and robotics must work for all of us, not just some of the richest people on earth. We must never accept a situation in which a handful of fossil fuel executives are putting the very future of the planet at stake for their own short-term profits. We must create millions of good-paying jobs by transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel and toward energy efficiency and sustainable energies. Brothers and sisters, the people who marched on Washington in 1963 understood real change does not come from the top on down, it comes from the bottom on up. It comes when ordinary people organize. It comes when black and white, Latino, Asian American, Native American, and immigrant communities stand together. The March on Washington and the movement behind it changed the course of American history. And now it is our turn. Let us go forward together. Thank you all very much.
Now let me bring to the stage a sister beloved who has stood up on these issues. She's shown up where she was needed and spoke out on what needed to be said, whether it was at the Neely funeral in Harlem, whether it was remembering Miss Colvin, who many forgot, that was the first to be arrested for sitting in the front of a bus, as Martin said. She was there, and she has openly been there for all of the issues we're concerned about. May I bring to you, I know people. I was Shirley Chisholm's youth director at 17, and she had the same fire and vigor in this young sister beloved of mine, Congresswoman from New York City, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Good afternoon, everyone. How are we doing today? My name is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and I am so honored to be here today. 63 years ago, hundreds of thousands of Americans gathered right here and changed the course of our nation's history. But what made that day possible began long before anyone arrived in Washington. Before postal workers, professors, domestics, and organizers gathered here, they started to build something together at home. Before a movement changed the law, it organized to build power. And before America could realize a new vision of freedom, the people had to first imagine it and refuse to let it go. That took a particular kind of prophetic genius, the moral clarity to know what we, the people, deserve, the vision to see what America can become, and the strategy to bring it all together. That prophetic genius was everywhere in the movement that built this march. Bayard Rustin, Ella Baker, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Dorothy Height, and one of my personal heroes, A. Philip Randolph. You see, A. Philip Randolph understood something radical, that black freedom, civil freedom, and all of our full freedom requires economic freedom. Because if we cannot exercise our most basic rights, a shelter to grow a family in, food to sustain our lives, and an education with which to flourish, then it is no freedom at all. It is tyranny. Randolph taught that racial injustice wasn't only enforced through civil segregation. It was enforced through an economy that depended on black labor while denying black workers their fair share. Randolph organized the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters against one of the most powerful corporations in the United States. And by 1963, Randolph and so many others
had brought hundreds of thousands of people to Washington to demand that America finally deliver on its promise of freedom. He put it plainly, freedom is never granted, it is won. Justice is never given, it is exacted. Brothers and sisters, these drum majors for justice, just as you all and countless others today, were not handed a movement. They have always had to build one. And when they came here 63 years ago, they came with demands. They demanded the right to vote, an end to segregation, and fair housing. They demanded a federal jobs program, a higher minimum wage, and an end to discrimination in employment. Because together, those words carried a profound idea, the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom, that freedom is both political and economic. And that movement changed what was possible in this country. We got the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. And that is what paved the way for Head Start, Medicare, Medicaid, and food assistance. Because the civil rights movement is the foundation for a great society, a new era of social and economic progress. That was an extraordinary achievement, and we are living in the legacy of it today. But their vision went further than their victories. Because America may have agreed to open the lunch counter, but it never committed to us affording the meal. And that is our work today, as we defend the foundation that our foremothers and our forefathers built. You see, they gave us a piece of the freedom, but 63 years later, we are still fighting to afford it. America is wealthier today than it has ever been, and yet millions of Americans work every day to struggle to afford the basics. This is not simply an economic failure. It is a moral and structural one, and we must refuse to accept it. So let's be clear about the country that we are fighting for. We, the people, demand full, protected, and restored voting rights in the United States of America. We, the people, know that means we must respond to the arsonist redistricting the South with an organizing, legislative, and civil strategy of our own to dismantle their injustice and liberate the potential of our full civil liberties in all 50 states of the United States of America. We, the people, demand guaranteed health care for every American as a right and not a privilege. We, the people of the United States of America, demand that one job with no need for overtime should be enough for our most basic needs, which also include rest. And we must recognize that that can only happen in an economy where Black women are not the first to be pushed out and the last to be brought back in. There is nothing new about these demands. They belong to the same fight and the same heritage that many gathered here 63 years ago. And we are not alone. Just as it was then, our ability to win depends on our ability to vote. Republicans know this. That is why the Supreme Court's decision to weaken the Voting Rights Act matters so much. Because they know that when Black Americans exercise their full political power, we unlock progress for all of America. And that is what they are trying to hold back. But there is a tide rising in this country, brothers and sisters. They can put obstacles in our path, but they cannot turn us back around. And this November, the first of many tides is coming. coming to respond to every right they are trying to take. And it is coming to fulfill the promise that hundreds of thousands of heroes carried to these grounds 6 decades ago. It is now our turn to summon that collective genius, to look beyond the limits of this one moment and to see further, to demand more, and to organize toward the future we know is possible. The tide is coming, and this time we intend to win it all. Thank you very much, and I'll see you out in the streets.
We're winding down. Are you ready to march? Are you ready to march? All right, let me bring to the stage someone that not only today wouldn't have happened without the movement for progressive political empowerment, labor rights would not have happened to the degree it did and the degree it continues to be without the president of the American Federation of Teachers, Sister Randi Weingarten.
May I thank you, Reverend. Are we ready to march? So I'm honored to be here today as the AFT was 63 years ago at the March for Justice and Freedom. In '63, we fought for jobs and freedom. We fought for the vote for all. But now, 63 years later, as so many speakers before me have said, we are fighting to defend the vote because the vote is a basic human right, because the vote is how we make democracy work, because the vote is how we make sure that the economy works for working people. Are you with me? Voting is a vehicle for strengthening public schools. Voting is a vehicle for workers getting a break. Voting is a vehicle for us getting decent health care, for us having pensions, for one job being enough. Voting is the vehicle for freedom, the freedom to provide what our families need, the freedom to go to college without crushing debt, the freedom to have our aspirations expanded, not denied. So this is my question, as the time is late and I'm cutting my speech short. A lot of people don't think their vote will change anything. They don't see democracy working for them. Imagine if our forefathers and foremothers said nothing was going to change. Imagine if they didn't fight Jim Crow. Imagine if they didn't fight slavery. Imagine if they didn't fight for a better life. We have to be evangelists for our communities, for voting, for people in our lives. The people in our lives, their dreams matter. They matter. We are not powerless. But this is the point, my friends. We have to vote. We have to get out the vote, and we have to protect the vote. And we have to vote in such massive, overwhelming numbers that the results are clear and convincing, and no one can steal it from us. So, are we going to vote? Are we going to achieve Reverend King's unfinished dreams? Are we going to achieve our dreams? Are we going to vote so it is the people, not the powerful, who enjoy the bounty of America? Thank you.
Let us hear the Attorney General of Black America, Attorney Ben Crump.
I'm Ben Crump, along with James Carter, President of the National Bar Association, representing the largest association of black lawyers and judges in America and beyond. And it's all of us lawyers standing in tradition of Thurgood Marshall as we remember on this day 71 years ago that Emmett Till went missing. And then later we found that he was kidnapped and he was lynched. And now in 2026, we're still fighting in Mississippi for truth and transparency and equal justice under the law for Nolan Xavier Wells. We have to vote for Nolan because he was 18 years old and he never got an opportunity to vote. We have to vote for George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and Trayvon Martin and Ahmaud Arbery. So when I say George Floyd, I want you to say vote George Floyd. When I say Breonna Taylor, I want you to say vote Breonna Taylor. When I say Trayvon Martin, I want you to say vote Trayvon Martin. When I say Ahmaud Arbery, I want you to say vote Ahmaud Arbery. And when I say Nolan Xavier Wells, I want you to say vote Nolan Xavier Wells. I rest my case. Y'all, let's go vote like our children's lives depend on it. Thank you, Reverend Al Sharpton.
Let me bring on our closing speakers, the chairman of the board of the National Action Network and the head of the Conference of National Black Religious Organizations and Pastors Grace Baptist Church, Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson. He'll be joined by the co-chair, attorney who has been a fighting activist and policy expert all of her life. They will bring on the last four speakers, and we will begin lining up and marching. Dr. W. Franklin Richardson and attorney Jennifer Jones Austin.
I want to thank our president. Let's celebrate Al Sharpton. Come on. He's made great sacrifices for us to be here and called us together. Let me say to you that we are thankful for the support that you've given on behalf of the National Action Board and the various chapters across America. I want to present to you at this time the Honorable Camille Joseph, who is the National Action Board member and also a part of the corporate leadership that joins us. Ms. Joseph.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon, everyone. I am a proud board member of the National Action Network, proud to be here. And I'll make this very quick because I know we're all ready to march. This week, I had the honor of visiting my great-grandmother's farm. My great-grandmother was a single woman who raised over 10 children. She understood the power of having land, but she instills in all of us the power of understanding your rights, economic opportunity, and bolstering health care. And now, 63 years later, her daughter's on stage at the very march she watched from her living room, thinking through what our country would look like. There's a lot of work to be done, a lot of things still yet ahead of us. But one thing I know, when my great-grandmother looked at the screen, she felt inspired by the Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., the same way I'm inspired by the work of the Reverend Al Sharpton and the National Action Network. I am proud that in our generation we can look to such keen leadership to think through the needs that we have as a community, and that the work continues in the spirit and the vision of Dr. Martin Luther King, his family. I am eternally grateful to represent the board and be part of such a powerful organization. Thank you.
I'm calling now for the last two speakers. Please give us your attention. Honorable Mark Tiano, who is the United States Representative of the California 39th Congressional District, and Ken Martin, Chairman of the Democratic National Committee. They will follow each other as they come now.
Good afternoon, good troublemakers. Good afternoon. I'm Mark Chicano. I'm chair of the Congressional Equality Caucus and first vice chair of the Congressional Asian Pacific American Caucus. We're not here simply to remember history. We're here because the work that began 63 years ago is unfinished. We're here because the battles we thought that had long been settled have resurfaced. Birthright citizenship is under attack. Americans feel the need to carry a passport to prove they belong. Fascists are using their power to intimidate Americans into silence. And these are not echoes of some distant past. They are the reality of this moment. And this moment is an awakening that norms will not protect us. Every generation must take up the work of renewing and perfecting the idea of America so that America lives up to its promise. There are those that would have us believe America is about blood and soil, replacing America's founding principles with a narrow definition of who belongs and who does not. That being American is about how many generations your family has lived here, where your parents were born, and what you look like. But that is not the America generations of people have struggled, marched, bled, and died for. And what is the idea of America? The idea of America is that all of us are created equal, that government derives its power from the people, that every person deserves liberty and justice, and that being an American is not determined by your race, your religion, or where your parents came from, or who you love. The work of renewing and perfecting the idea of America does not happen on its own. People had to fight for it. John Lewis fought for that idea. At 23 years old, he stood right here in 1963 and demanded that America live up to its promise. 2 years later on the Edmund Pettus Bridge, police beat him for demanding the right to vote. He knew what awaited him on the other side of that bridge, yet he crossed it anyway because America was worth fighting for. Wong Kim Ark fought for the very same idea. Born in San Francisco to immigrant parents, he challenged the government when it tried to deny him entry into his own country. In 1898, he took his fight to the Supreme Court and won. If you are born here, you are an American, period. More than a century later, we're fighting that battle again because America is worth fighting for. My own family fought for that idea, and during World War II, my great-uncle Monso served in the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, fighting and bleeding alongside other segregated units like the Buffalo Soldiers and Tuskegee Airmen. He fought for the United States while my parents and grandparents were among the 120,000 Japanese Americans incarcerated by their own government. Think about that contradiction. A country that questioned their loyalty and took away their freedom, and still Japanese American soldiers fought and died for an America that had not yet lived up to its promise. The motto of the 442nd was simple: go for broke. Say it with me, go for broke. Risk everything, give everything, and they did. Today we are being called for our own go for broke moment to fight for the character of our country. Let's all go for broke, let's march, and let's bring America back on track.
The National Park Service has been very helpful, and we've got to close this meeting. Therefore, I'm calling us for 1 minute a person. And we're going to ask the Democratic President, Chairman, to come, and followed by one other.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Reverend Sharpen and to Martin Luther King III for your leadership. It is an honor to stand with all of you in this hallowed ground today, 63 years to the day since Dr. Martin Luther King summoned America to live up to its highest ideals. Why does I Have a Dream still stir our hearts 63 years later? Because it wasn't simply a dream. It was a challenge, a demand, a call to action. Dr. King reminded us that America is not a finished product. America is a promise every generation is called upon to redeem. The work of building a more perfect union is never finished, and the responsibility for carrying that work forward belongs to all of us. But for 63 years, there have been politicians, and we know who they are, who quote Dr. King's words while working to dismantle everything he fought for. They talk about judging people by the content of their character while trafficking in hateful rhetoric and pushing harmful policies. They praise the civil rights movement while attacking the very rights that the movement run. And they have gone after the twin pillars of our democracy, voting rights and civil rights. They have made it harder for people to get ahead, of course. So when we see attempts to roll back the Voting Rights Act, what do? We organize. We register voters. We protect the votes. They did not march so we could stand still. They did not sacrifice so we could sit on the sidelines while the rights they won are taken away. So even when we are tired, we keep going. When the road is hard, we keep marching. When they try to divide us, we come together. And when they tell us to give up, we tell them not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Keep organizing. Keep fighting. Let's win in 67 days, and let's change this country for the better. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let us now welcome Brittany Packnett Cunningham and Bishop Leah Daughtry.
I come to you today representing America's 73 million children. My name is Brittany Packnett Cunningham, and I come on behalf of the Children's Defense Fund, forged 53 years ago out of the faith of our founder, Marion Wright Edelman, and the fire of Mississippi Freedom Summer. And I need you to hear me. It is Freedom Summer again. They are trying to bury our vote, our inheritance, so I say it is Freedom Summer again. The prophet Isaiah told us, and a little child shall lead them. Not the small men in marble buildings, small men who have never met a child they couldn't cut, a school they couldn't shutter, a ballot they couldn't block, small men who put their names on brass plates and their hands on Bibles and then never read them. A child shall lead them. But this country has it backwards. This country wants to lead the children instead of being led by them. Be led by men who've never missed a meal leading a child into hunger. White-collar criminals who've never been stopped and frisked, leading a child into a prison cell. Men who gut the lunch line and gild the ceiling. Men who won't put $1 in a library but can find $1 billion for lockup, and they have the audacity to call that freedom. That's not freedom, that's fraud, and it's dressed up in a flag. So hear me. We are here to flip the script, to let a child lead us. Let a child lead us back to the polls. Let a child lead us back to the register, the rally, and the ballot box. When you are protecting the vote, you're not protecting a party. You are protecting a promise. Vote for your children. Vote with your children. Vote because your children are watching. We're not here to whisper. We came to witness and to work. A child shall lead us, not the cowards, not the cynics. A child shall lead us, and we are going to follow them all the way to freedom. Let's go get free.
We are getting ready to line up. Some of you are moving over. We're going to have a benediction. But Attorney Jennifer Jones Austin, will you come forward? I didn't hear you say nothing today. That's the vice chairman. And she's telling me we got to get out of here, but I want y'all to give her another hand, our vice chair. All right, we got to go. Bishop Leah Daughtry will give us a blessing, then let us line up to our right.
As we prepare to march, let us pray. God of Exodus and Isaiah, God who called us out of bondage and called us to be repairers of the breach. We thank you for this day, for this mall, for these feet that have carried us here just as they carried our mothers and our fathers 63 years ago. Lord, the courts have moved against us. Section 2 has been wounded. Our votes have been challenged. Our rights have been trodden. Our humanity has been questioned. But Lord, you did not raise up a movement to depend on 9 votes in a marble building. You raised up a people. And so we do not send these marchers out in mourning. We send them out in commission to serve the least, the last, and the lost, the left out, the locked out, and the left behind. To be their voice, to be their hope, to be their strength, to be their light, to fight for them with conviction and compassion, for them and for ourselves, for the work that must be done, for the bridges that must be built, for the children who must be saved, for the sick who must be healed, for the last who must be first. We march, not to complain, but to contend. We march, not to remember democracy, but to defend it. We march, and we shall be called repairers of the breach, restorers of streets in which to dwell. In the name of every ancestor who marched before us and the God who marched with them and who marches with us today, we decree and we declare that it is so. And all the people of God say, amen.
He's coming now. You heard me? I think he's coming now. Let us march. I see them walk.
You're welcome. Y'all can come this way. Y'all can come this way, y'all.
Okay, thank you.
Are y'all ready to march for democracy? Are y'all ready to march for democracy? Show me what community looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what community looks like. This is what community looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. Show me what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
Keep moving. Don't stop it.
You came to vote! Ladies in red, can y'all please step to the side?
Duran, look left. Duran.
big, this is big.
The what? Okay, and this body of water is called what? Tidal Basin? Yeah, that's it, like that. Okay, all right, thanks.
Gas in the car is like $3.20.
I'm right here by Martin Luther King.
Are they? Get the money shot, right? Get the money shot. Get the money shot.
We gotta go back.
Well, you're welcome. We sprinted right over here yesterday morning. Okay, now we're going to do it again. Houston, back to the bus. Houston, back to the bus.
Let's go down there. Okay. Guys, we're going to go this way and then out, around and out. All right, take care. Come on. Thanks for coming out.
I got you. Oh, you're wound up. Detach? Should have. I've done it with my family.
All right, y'all. Thank you. All right, listen up. We're going to go to the police room. All right, go ahead. Say the same thing I did.
Okay, thank you.
Right here at first, if you back far enough, you can get it. Yeah, put them on it. I told you to put the camera on the ground. Put the camera on the ground.
Y'all camera roll.
She was. I saw her. She was walking around here. They said daughter. I saw her.
I don't know.
There is no
Let's
benefit
try to
for
get
black
one.
people.
Let's try to get one.
Well, tell me one.
I didn't say that there's no benefit.
Well, tell me one. Tell me one benefit.
We all together. Y'all don't finish the picture. You better take them with your camera. I never did. She don't know. She up there touching it, and it's still the little arrow still pointing down. She ain't never downloaded till I touched it, and then it downloaded. And I'm like, they there. You just an operator error.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, I got more.
All right. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you very much. Oh,
but he actually started.
Oh, really? And he got stupid and he went to be a gunner.